Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the beautiful Grand Canyon State. Here in the desert of Arizona is where we find ourselves for our next APP tour stop here at the APP Legacy Open. We are in Mesa, Arizona. Thank you for joining for our head pregame show. Lauren McLaughlin here along with Mr. Daniel Roditi, having a little deja vu here of our last time in Mesa, where I was lucky enough to have you join me for some time in the booth. So very much looking forward to having you again. We are, of course, in our pro singles day here for our first day of live coverage. We are on Facebook and YouTube, I believe, for the fans as well. We will be going to ESPN Plus later today, but we'll keep everyone posted on that as well. We have a quarterfinal matchup we're about to have here on championship court number 1. John Cincola is going to be taking on Dylan Frazier. We have some other amazing matchups as well in the quarterfinals. Dan, are you excited for any in particular? Or?
You know, I looked at the draw leading up to the tournament, and I just saw so many great names. I mean, there's just so many incredible players still in. You got Jack Foster taking on Gabe Joseph on court 3. I'm excited for that. I'm really good friends with Gabe and have had some battles with Jack. So you got Hayden playing Zane. They had a huge battle last time. So yeah, I mean, and of course John won the tournament when we were here last time.
His first ever gold medal in pro singles, so a very happy memory I'm sure he had here, and hoping to repeat that as well. So that our final quarterfinal matchup is Rafa Hewitt taking on JW Johnson. So we have nothing but amazing quarterfinal matches that we're into right now. Our women's bracket kicks off in just a little bit here today. They have a smaller bracket, so they start a little later here today. And I was also told, update, we are just on Facebook and YouTube today, so we will be going all the way through our bronze medal match here today. And then we have Championship Sunday this weekend. All of our pro division gold medals will be played all on Sunday. So it's going to be a fabulous weekend. Beautiful weather here in Mesa, Arizona, and we are into the action. Gabriel Joseph is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this matchup, hailing out of Alberta, Canada. Dylan Frazier on the far end in the blue, John Cincola in the white on the near end, and Frazier out in front here, 2-0. Cincola already frustrated with himself.
Yeah, great return by John there, just putting Dylan on the defensive, and was able to get that side out.
So a bit of a slow start for Cincola. Obviously a little frustrated, but quickly has tightened up here. Gets himself on the board. And another quick point on a serve return long from Frazier.
We saw a lot of that a couple months ago, that forehand rip up the line.
All right, so that was called out by Frazier. Cincola not happy with that call. Especially in singles, Dan, how more important is it when you have kind of those line calls you don't agree with to be able to just immediately brush that off?
Yeah, you know, it's always tough, but and I think it matters who you're playing, to be honest. If you're playing somebody that you feel is a very fair player, and you know that maybe they miss a call, you know it's not on purpose, and so it's easier to move past it in those cases. Fortunately, there's not a lot of people that you feel like are making those calls on purpose, so it's one of the great things about pickleball.
Indeed.
It's actually harder for me to move past when I don't make a call that was clearly out, and being afraid of making a bad call, I don't call it, and that's actually more difficult for me. Just misses.
You do see that a lot in singles. I see very often in singles balls I think look out and they play them.
Yeah. You know, I think obviously these guys see each other all the time, and you know, they're friends off the court. They're friends. They're competitors, but they're friends. And you don't want to make a bad call. Like, you really don't want to be that person that makes a bad call. So that's part of it, I think.
Nice little short volley there from Frazier.
Yeah,
drops it in.
Smart play there. It's a great cross-court forehand. Yeah, that drop shot is a shot that you're starting to see a lot more in singles now. Even though players are very, very quick, they can also pass really well. And so when you have the opportunity, it's a good idea to drop that ball if you feel like you can get a winner out of it.
Especially if you had a couple shots where you're keeping them deep at the baseline.
Yeah, exactly.
Really hard to change your momentum and get all the way up there.
And let's be honest, some of us don't move quite as well as others.
I mean.
So I get drop shotted a lot.
You're giving away your secret, Stan.
Yeah, I know. It's too late. That's why I'm in the booth and not playing. Yeah, great cat and mouse point there by Dylan.
Looks like
Frazier.
Sincola got a little caught there. Thought about an ATP, but didn't quite think he had the room.
Right.
Decides to go cross court and leaves it up a little high.
Right. It's a good leave there by John. Misses, not by much.
Yeah, I've had a couple mini runs here back and forth. Frazier out in front really early. 3-0. Sincola comes back, goes up 6-3, and now Frazier back up by 1. So a little streaky first game here. And the John Sincola spin serve ties it up here.
Yeah, John not having as much success yet trying to pass. I mean, he's passed Dylan a couple times, but Dylan seems to be getting to a lot of those balls. So then the key is just to keep the ball down like that right there.
Oh, nice recovery from John Sincola.
That's a great point. It seemed like Frazier thought about maybe earning that ball, which would have been a great idea because the court was open cross court. But he just kind of hesitated, was not able to do that.
Yeah, that is one of the shots you don't see as often in singles is the Ernie, because of course, you know, you got to have a sure thing. Otherwise you take yourself off the court and you don't have a partner to cover you at all.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Great recovery by Sincola there. A couple shots that he made were really, really tough to stay in the point, but Frazier was able to close that out.
All right, so we have a timeout here called by Sincola. One of the older players, especially in the singles game, 41 years old. He is a pickleball and tennis pro, now teaching in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Lives in Crystal Lake, Illinois, though. And Dylan Frazier, one of the younger single players on tour. 20 years old now, student at the University of Missouri, studying accounting. But of course, jetting all over the country as well, making a go at it here in his pro pickleball career. It's good to have a fallback accounting degree, just in case. Ask Zane Navertil.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, Dylan, you know, he's one of those players that doesn't have the classic sort of tennis background and tennis swings, but he's so good. He's got such a short little back, like he almost has no backswing. And he hits the ball so flat, but he's so effective at keeping the ball low, and he's hard to read because he doesn't have that backswing. It's really tough to kind of pick up where he's going to be hitting the ball. And he's a surprisingly great singles player. He's a great doubles player, obviously, but in singles he's been doing really, really well.
Yeah, he has a lot of wrist mobility, so he uses a lot of power in his wrist, and it, of course, is contrasted by the classic high-level tennis background of Johnson Cola.
Right. There it is. There's that drop shot. That's a danger gear run, right? You make that drop, Dylan's fast, gets there, now you're both at the net, you kind of lose your advantage. So that's why you kind of hit that shot when you think, you're pretty sure it's going to be a winner, otherwise you try to keep him back. That's a great inside out forehand. That's the kind of shot we were just talking about, right? Just all wrist, not a big swing. Was able to just put it in that short angle.
Interesting. I thought John had enough time to recover after that hit the net and take that out of the air, but he lets it kind of go past him and drop. He looked almost a little shocked that it maybe stayed in, but that gives Dylan Frazier a game point here. And an unhappy finish for Johnson Cola. But a close first game here in this quarterfinal matchup. We will take a very short break, have a word from our sponsors, and back here on championship court number 1 here at the APP Legacy Open for game number 2 right after this. Back into the action here on championship court, and again we want to just remind everyone we will be starting every single day at 10 a.m. Pacific time, so we apologize for the confusion on the Facebook post that said Eastern time. We obviously are in Arizona, so it's a little later on the East Coast when we get started, but that way everybody is up and at 'em out of bed, so hopefully everyone can get on early. But every single day this weekend we'll be starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. We'll be streaming exclusively on Facebook and YouTube today, but then we go to 2 courts starting tomorrow. And Johnson Cola putting on a show here to kick off game number 2 on that far end. His entire family is here supporting him, including I think some in-laws as well, but very cool to see a family out supporting these pros when they're able to travel and do so. And he is starting out in front here, 2-0 over Dylan Frazier in the blue, after Frazier took the first game 11-9.
There's that drop. This time he's able to make a little better execution of that. Gets the pop up, which is what he was looking for before.
Oh, looks like we lost a ball. Yeah, Dylan Frazier's been having some back issues the last month or so. Had to pull out of some tournaments. Is getting back into it, so looks like he is definitely in a better place now.
Are you allowed to have back issues when you're 20?
I didn't think it was allowed.
Yeah.
But apparently, yes.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Beautiful spot in that back corner.
Yeah, Frazier thought that was going to sail, but that just was able to drop there inside the line.
Yeah, Sincola, some of the best just top spin and, you know, getting a lot of curve on some of these balls. He has some of the most beautiful shots.
Oh, there it is.
I mean, that just, it
Right
drops like
here.
a stone over the net.
Yeah, he's got that pursuit paddle, and he's got a lot of grit. He's able to really produce some great spin.
Ooh, good recovery from Frazier after the let serve there.
Well, we saw a lot of that a couple months ago, and he's back at it again. He's having a lot more success here in the second game, being able to pass.
Absolutely, we have a timeout here from Dylan Frazier as a result. Sincola definitely turning the frustration that we saw at the end of game one into some momentum here. Determined to turn things around, and he has done just that here in game one, out in front 6-0. Not a lot of wind here right now, just a very light breeze, so I don't think that's playing a factor at all currently.
Yeah, on the center court, it's great because you get shielded. That there is some wind on the outer courts. I was out there walking around watching some of the guys, and but yeah, this court has got some good covering. Obviously, the shade's great, but also not having the wind pushing the ball around too much. It's really tough to play in the wind, especially in singles when you're trying to go for passing shots, and it could be really, really tough.
Yeah, and I remember we talked to John Sincola when we were here last at the end of January, because we kind of saw him doing what we saw him doing during that timeout, which he was kind of meditating. You see him just taking a lot of really deep breaths, and he was telling us last time he was really working on kind of that mental aspect of just really centering himself and his mind. So you saw him doing that again during that timeout, and again, it looks like it's working for him here in the second game. Frazier looking to get on the board here.
It's interesting. I am watching Dylan serve. Obviously, we have a great angle.
I was just gonna say that
he
too.
He almost foot faults every single time. He doesn't, but his foot is certainly over the line, but he doesn't put it down. And
Yeah,
as long as you make contact before your foot touches inside the line or on the line, then you're good. But yeah, it's kind of a very interesting.
Yeah,
I've never noticed that. But we have the perfect angle for it.
It's going to be just wide. It looks like this is a different serve than I've seen out of him. This is not his normal serve. He normally is a little more aggressive, but he's just very much like just kind of taking that step into the court when he serves. It's interesting. I noticed that as well.
Yeah, and I heard him talking after his last match, and someone asked him, "Are you getting your service? Are you getting your serves deeper?" And he said, "Yes, I'm trying." And so it seems to be something that he was wanting to do. Right now, he's not having as much success getting that ball to push as deep as probably he would like. And a lot of times for the people watching, when you're trying to add depth to your serve, a lot of times people assume just hit it harder, but really what you want is just more height over the net. That'll push the ball much deeper. And I just misses on that cross court. And so for the viewers, if you want depth on your serve, you don't have to hit it that hard. You just got to create some height over the net to push that ball, and it really can be a lot more consistent that way rather than trying to hit it as hard as you can.
Yeah, Frazier is just struggling here a little bit with execution here in game 2 of this quarterfinal match. Sincola definitely has been more in control. It will be interesting to see if perhaps that far end ends up kind of being favored by the players, because again, you have to think what they're looking at in the background, the sun, where that's at, and a lot of different factors. So definitely both players have seemed to had better success on that far end.
Yeah, when you're playing, there's a lot of little things that
Ooh, my.
Loves that cross court. And sometimes it's the glare, sometimes you lose the ball, maybe even if the sun is not in your eyes, but in the stands you kind of lose it. So there's a lot of little things that can affect the visibility.
I think 3 balls in a row right on the line there.
Oh, that's a nice misdirect there by Frazier. It looked like he's going cross court, and he just kind of pokes it up the line. That was a great shot.
Frazier a little overcommitted to that middle, and Sincola was able to recognize that and go behind him on that. Gives him a game point here to force a third game. A really short return there from Frazier sets up a pretty easy third shot there from Sincola, which will indeed take us to a third game here in our first match of the stream here today, quarterfinal matchup here in men's pro singles. We'll be back after this short break. Game number 3 coming up.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Back here to championship court number 1 and our live coverage here of the APP Legacy Open. We are in the middle of a 3rd seed versus 6th seed quarterfinal matchup here. Dylan Frazier will start game 3 on the far end in the blue. He took game 1 11-9 over John Sincola in the white. Sincola roaring back in game 2, winning 11-2, and now into the 3rd game we go. Our players will switch ends at 6 to see who gets their spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, you can see Sincola, I mean, his body language is so different now. Feeling a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident.
Oh, nice effort from Sincola. Oh, and he just babies that last one just a touch too much, leaves it short. Yeah, see that? I think that he might be going to it a little bit too much now. I think Frazier's expecting it. He is obviously very quick, so he's getting up to the net.
Yeah, and he kind of got what he was looking for. That backhand is a ball that Sincola would normally make, that cross court, but he just leaves it in the net. Oh, Frazier gets us right, but just not able to clear the net. You know, you saw him jump to that right side to his forehand. Got beat with that last couple points of the second game, and now he's getting on it a little bit better.
Frazier is doing a great job of really keeping those balls down.
Yeah.
Sincola could barely dig those out and finally just puts it away. Sincola's in the right place at the right time for that.
Yeah, he was sitting on that backhand. I don't know if he was just expecting a more difficult overhead, and sometimes it catches you off guard. You get an easier ball than you thought you were going to get, and misses it. He's doing a great job of keeping Frazier guessing. You know, we saw Frazier, as we mentioned at the end of the second game, guess the wrong way a couple times, and that's why you got to play both sides, because then you get your opponent guessing rather than assuming you're going to be going to the same spot.
Yeah, Sincola just such great court awareness and control of his shots, and of course that comes from just a long history of his high tennis background.
Yeah, there's an example of that. Frazier was moving to his left side, anticipating a cross-court backhand, which Sincola likes to hit, but he went up the line instead.
Ooh, that's good.
Nice hits that. And most players, everybody's got a go-to shot. It seems like Sincola's cross-court forehand is kind of his go-to, and he likes to use those angles, but you have to hit a few up the line. Again, he got him guessing the wrong way. You got to hit a few up the line to just keep your opponent guessing and not being able to anticipate your shots as well.
Misses that one. But yeah, you see Sincola a lot of times he'll run around the ball to be able to hit that forehand. Definitely, I think, is what he prefers and wants to hit. It's going to be just wide. What is your go-to shot, Mr. Roditi?
Backhand cross-court passing shot is probably my favorite.
All right. And it's been very evenly matched here as we get into this third game, but Frazier starting to show little cracks, making some unforced errors here. Let's see if Sincola can take advantage and just kind of keep that pressure on.
Yeah, we saw some of those kind of missed volleys in that second game. They weren't easy volleys, but they were not too difficult as, you know, balls that normally Frazier would make.
Sincola looking for that 6th point to trigger the end change here.
Great job anticipating, jumping on that ball. Looks similar to that lead court that he got that he didn't actually, that you commented on, that he just sort of let it float by, which it's hard from this angle to know what he was kind of seeing or feeling, but.
Yeah, and that last rally was such a perfect example. Zane Navratil was in the booth with us in Delray for the men's gold medal match in singles, and he talked about just how important it is to take the ball out of the air if you can, because then it takes away time for your opponent to set up for that next shot, and you could see both of them taking that out of the air as much as they could on that last volley. Obviously, Sincola comes out on top, but is that obviously your philosophy as well in singles?
Yeah, so that's actually something that I've had to like work on. Well, when I was playing, right now I'm not playing much, but when you go for the passing shot, especially on your third shot, and you get even a slight pop-up, it's being able to charge behind your third shot and take the next ball out of the air, hit to the open court, which these guys do really, really well. Great job by Frazier dictating that point there, getting Sincola on the run. Sincola had some great gets, but was never, never got Frazier uncomfortable.
Good shot, Joe.
Yeah, you see Sincola wants to go to Frazier's backhand. Frazier doesn't really look to pass with his backhand. He looks to drop most of the time, but he runs around it a lot. And so it's hard sometimes when someone is quick, they're going to continue to run around that backhand and hit their preferred forehand. There he goes. There's a drop. Yeah. And so sometimes when someone's doing that, they constantly run around their backhand, you want to actually go wide to their forehand to open up the court so that your next shot that goes to their backhand, they're not able to run around because they just don't have enough time to get around it.
7-3.
And that's the danger right there, right, of running around that backhand, because it leaves so much open court. And Sincola hit a good shot, but Frazier was able to put it in that other corner, and then it just makes it really tough to hit that running forehand.
3-7.
Sincola went into the end change up 6-1. Now Frazier's starting to make a move. Now within 2.
5-7.
Yeah, finally was able to get it to that backhand. Frazier not able to make the drop. Great backhand volley. Got a little update on the draw here. Zane Navratil was able to take down Hayden 11-9, 11-4 to move to the semis.
Ooh. Nice job by Sincola getting on top of that ball. Good
yeah,
angle.
When they get into those cat and mouse points, you're trying to guess if that line is going to be open and you're going to be able to get it by them or not. Frazier gets what he wants, but not able to put away that volley. Also, J.W. Johnson advanced in a tough match against Rafa Hewitt.
3 games.
3-game, yeah.
I like it.
4-11, 11-5, 11-2.
Yeah, winner of this will take on J.W. Johnson in the semis. Frazier scrambling, but gets back into it.
Yes.
Sincola had him on the ropes.
When Sincola hit that forehand angle, he didn't move up, and he could have taken that next ball. He did take it out of the air, but he took it low out of the air. He could have come up. I don't know if he thought Frazier wasn't going to get it, and I think if he had been up closer to that kitchen line, he would have taken that backhand at a higher point, and of course earlier, so Frazier wouldn't have been back in position, and I think he would have put that ball away. He's probably thinking about that right now, especially since he lost that point.
So a timeout is called by John Sincola here as Dylan Frazier within 2 in our 3rd game of this quarterfinal matchup. Again, spot in the semis versus J.W. Johnson on the line here at the APP Legacy Open here in Mesa, Arizona. Lauren McLaughlin along with Daniel Roditi here in the booth for the day. And we have another update in our other semis. Looks like Zane Navertil will be taking on Gabriel Joseph, who defeats Jack Foster 11-8, 11-4. So looks like we are setting up for 2 really great semifinal matches here coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, those matches are going to be so fun to watch. So pumped to be here today. I didn't get a chance to do singles day last time, so this is a treat to be able to watch these guys.
Sincola every once in a while just sort of surprises you with a poorly executed shot, which obviously you heard himself say was so bad.
He seemed indecisive in that ball, like he didn't know if he was going to go short angle, if he was going to try to create a little more depth, and just sort of didn't either. That's a great ball. Again, you see Frazier guessing left, and Sincola going behind him was able to hold that ball. We see the replay right there. And so even not even a step, even when you're leaning, it's really tough to then go back the other way if you're guessing the wrong way.
So Sincola does put one more on the board.
Continuing to attack that backhand side, although Frazier's running around it, but Sincola wants to keep going there, which I think is the right move. Great serve there.
I mean, he might not get something on every single serve, but he gets it when it matters sometimes, and he has a match point. Ooh, sends that a little long though.
It's a good leave by Frazier. That's very, especially on match point, that's very tempting to take that high volley and hit it.
Again, Frazier took that out of the air.
Yes.
It created enough, you know, that John couldn't set up for that next shot, and then Frazier's able to get him on the next one. That serve is called long.
Very close, and I was just about to say I want to see Frazier go for more depth on his serve.
Yeah, he asks our referee Gabriel Jones, who confirms the out call. It did look just long. Sincola back with a match point. Ooh.
This is it. Loves that shot. Just he was kind of leaning back on it. Anytime you lean back on a ball like that, you're going to float it a little more. Continuing to attack and put pressure on that backhand of Frazier's.
All right, is the third time the charm here for John Sincola.
Great job by Frazier. Again, as you've been saying, taking that ball out of the air. It wasn't an easy ball. That's another ball that you see other players maybe try to Ernie to kind of get it earlier.
Oh, Sincola switching the paddle to his left hand as he anticipates that shot down the line from Frazier. Frazier looking to tie it up here, making this quite an exciting third game.
Yeah, Frazier takes that one out of the air, but it was so low that he really couldn't do much with it and kind of left it hanging a little bit for Sincola's high forehand volley.
All right, so we have a timeout. And I think John Sincola is going to, I mean, if you're John Sincola, you've had 3 opportunities to end this match. You've had poorly executed shots when you attempt to do so. What are you telling yourself right now?
Well, I think especially for Sincola, he's got a great serve, and sometimes it can be tempting on match point to pull back a little bit because you don't want to miss the serve. But to me, when you have that great of a serve, you got to use it. You got to be aggressive because then you're hoping for a, obviously missed return would be great, but even a short return, and then Sincola can use his strength, which is his passing shots. And so I'm looking to see him go for a nice high deep serve, hoping for a short return, and then probably trying to pass cross court if he gets the opportunity, depending on where Frazier puts that return. But you got to stay aggressive. You don't want to, even though it's easy to pull back in those moments, but I'm looking for him to stay aggressive here.
All right.
Oh, well, he does the complete opposite of what I just said. Said high deep serve, that thing barely made it to the net. That looked like one of my serves right there.
Wow. John Sincola, 4th opportunity squandered here. And now Frazier looking to take that match point away. And he gets it. We're tied up at 10s.
And I feel that serve was, I feel like that was 100% mental. It was just, you almost talk yourself out of it.
Do you think that when you haven't been able to finish, that gets in your head more than like having to come from behind earlier on?
Yes, I mean there's certainly a different pressure. What he does here, that's a great cross-court volley. Yeah, there's a different pressure, right, when you're ahead because you feel like you should have closed it out. And so there's that pressure that you feel like I've had opportunities, I need to, and sometimes you get caught up in that instead of just staying in the moment and just forgetting that you had 3. Like you got to move past that, and that's hard to do, but mentally that's what you need to do, and just focus on I have a match point right now, and that's all I have to think about rather than I've missed 3 opportunities. And when you're playing from behind, you feel like you have nothing to lose in a sense. Great deep serve by Frazier. Both of them having a hard time here capitalizing, but Sincola did a great job putting that return pretty deep.
Yeah, it looked like again he was a little indecisive about what he wanted to do with that last shot right here. Did he want to go cross court? Did he want to go down the line? Did he want to, and it just kind of
when the ball's that low, you kind of have to go cross court because you just can't, it's hard to push it by them when you have to generate that height. Oh, Frazier just misses that volley.
All right, so we're battling out at 10s here.
This much better serve. That's a great ball by Frazier. That's a tough ball to pick up for Sincola there, that low backhand. Wow, Frazier.
Oh. Wow.
That was a gutsy attempt at the lob right there.
Very from Frazier, but
yeah,
works out for him.
And Sincola's tall, so that's a.
And And he's got a match point here. Ooh, Johnson Cola obviously not happy about that, which is unfortunate. Just so many opportunities he wasn't able to close on. But Dylan Frazier,
wow,
coming back here, taking game one 11-9 after coming from behind as well, and then dropping that second game to just battle it out here.
Yeah, you know, Sincola seemed, certainly from the second game on, just seemed in control. Even though it was close, I don't know, I felt like, okay, he's going to close this out. Frazier's hanging in there, but I thought Sincola was going to close it out, but that's pickleball, right?
That
Anything can happen.
Absolutely.
And of course, these are all pro players, they're amazing players, and sometimes it just takes one ball here, one ball there, and the game's over.
All right, we will take a short break. We're back in the Franklin studio after this, and then we will have our next match coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
I'm so ready for Next Gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about Next Gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for Next Gen.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Depot Pickleball.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here along with Dylan Frazier. He's heading to the semifinals. Dylan had to come from behind, had to fight for it. How do you keep yourself in it mentally when you just are coming from behind and you have to take it to that third game?
Yeah, it's tough. You just got to buckle down and put balls in play and really extend the rally, I think, helps a little bit. So just kind of grind it out.
You've had some issues with your back a little bit. Are you feeling pretty healthy now?
Yeah, back to 100%.
All right, so you head to the semis to take on J.W. Johnson. You play with him, you play against him many times. Have you found the secret yet to defeating him?
Yes, but I cannot share it.
I like it. Keeping it close to the chest. We'll see you in the semifinals against J.W. Johnson coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere. More pickleball action after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the APP Legacy Open here in Mesa, Arizona, at the Legacy Pickleball Center. We have a consolation match here to 15 in our men's pro singles. We have Pesa Tioni taking on Mario Barrientos. They had to get through a couple matches in the back draw already. Barrientos taking down Hunter Johnson 15-5, while Pesa Tioni had to take down Caden Niemoff 15-13. So he squeaks by into this match to 15. We have Pesa Tioni in the red on the far end. Hails out of Arizona, while Mario Barrientos, a Utah gentleman, in the blue on the near end, has played with Austin Gridley previously, had some good results. Oh, we have a foot fault called on Tioni here early on in this match. Kim Isaacson is our USA Pickleball Certified referee from Wickenburg, Arizona.
Well, the ref just missed it, but Mario on that serve definitely foot faulted.
Oh, it also looks like Tioni might have tweaked a cab for something on that rally. Oh my goodness.
Wow, it's a really... Mario's a little more unorthodox than you're used to seeing. I did have a chance to watch him play against Rafa Hewitt, and not in the winner's bracket. He lost in 3. It was a very tight match, or in 2, but it was very tight, 12-10, 11-9, I think. So he's a good player, and he's got that spin serve that is being very effective, and I think you're right, pace is moving a little slow.
Yeah,
hope he's
unfortunately
okay.
on that early route, it looked like it was a possible cramp, perhaps. It's funny, Tioni beforehand walked by me and said, are you sure we're on center court? Is this a mistake? What's going on? I said, nope, time for the big show.
That was a great volley there by Tioni, putting it right inside that back line. Not much that Barrientos could do with that.
0-5.
Both using that spin serve.
Nice spot there. Yeah, this is my first time getting to see either of these players. So I love getting to see new players and kind of their styles and what makes them unique. Barrientos definitely has an interesting style about his play, a little awkward at times, looking for sure. Nice little hands battle there at the net.
Yeah, I think Tioni needs to try to attack Barrientos' backhand, as we talked about in the previous match, with Sincola trying to do that with Frazier. Certainly, he gets a fortunate kind of miss it there, put a lot of backspin on the ball. But yeah, I would like to see Tioni use, he's left-handed, of course, and maybe using that forehand cross court to Barrientos' backhand.
Yeah, we will switch ends at 8 here in this match to 15. Barrientos looking like he's gonna make that happen here, as he has been on a roll this whole match.
Yes, he does just that, goes after that backhand, two shots in a row, and that's what he needs to do. But of course, if someone's good moving around that ball, it's kind of tough to do that. A great return, just puts it right on the line.
We will have a semifinal match in our men's pro singles bracket coming up next. Zane Navratil taking on Gabriel Joseph. And then we will have a women's matchup after that. So definitely stay tuned. Right now, Mario Barrientos gets that 8th point, triggers the end change. He will head to the far end to conclude this match, while Pesa Tioni in the red will conclude it on the near end. As a singles player, Daniel Roditi, do you think, would you rather face a new player that you haven't really seen before, or someone that you've played a lot but can't really come out on top of?
Yeah, that's tough because you know, the matches are so quick, and especially in their case, right? They're playing in the back draw, the loser's bracket, and you don't have that much time to figure out the player. And so, and I don't know if Pesa's played against Mario, but he's certainly having a hard time with him right now, and it's just the games go so fast that I think I'd rather play someone that I know kind of what to expect a little bit. Even if they've gotten the best of me in the past, at least I know what I'm going to get.
Time is in. 8-0.
All right, Mario Barrientos up 8-0, hoping to continue to cruise here, but Pesa Tioni has something to say about it here.
Yeah, Pesa's a very good singles player. He can be a little streaky, and obviously we've seen that. He's been a little bit off in the first half of the game. See if he can pull it together here. Yeah, he was there, just kind of mishits that ball.
I forget, are you a lefty?
No.
Okay,
no,
I couldn't remember.
No, I'm a righty.
When you play a lefty in singles, does that change the dynamic of the game a little bit?
No, not too much. I mean, there's advantages and disadvantages. Depending if they use a lot of spin. If they don't use a lot of spin, it's pretty straightforward. If they do tend to spin the ball more, obviously the ball spinning the other way can take a little bit to adjust to that, but it's easier to go to their backhand in some cases because you can hit a cross-court forehand and kind of pull them wide to their backhand, which can be an advantage, but certainly they're used to doing that all the time, playing righties. Yeah, Pesa misses that cross-court forehand pass attempt.
He is on the board, though. He has finally broken the seal.
And I think the winner of this will take on young Hayden Patrickin.
Very excited to see his continued growth as one of the young players on the men's pro scene.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love Hayden. I'm biased. I used to coach him in singles and just love watching him play and have success. Yeah, I think if Pesa can move Mario Barrientos around a little bit more and try to pressure that backhand, he can get back into this match. Just misses with that pass.
At this stage of the match, Tioni really has to make sure and try and cut down on those unforced errors. Ooh.
That was a great shot. There was not a lot of room there, but he's got that. He kind of points his paddle down on his forehand, which can make it difficult to read.
Yeah, he has very interesting strokes.
Right, right. He likes to kind of point that paddle down, and then it's you don't know if he's going to go inside out or where he's going to go.
Ooh, 3 returns
3
in
out of
a
4.
row.
Yep, yep. 3 out of 4 returns.
That is tough. You'd like to maybe see a timeout. Haven't seen a single one this match from Tioni. Ooh.
Well played ball.
Floater.
Even after that winner, he doesn't seem that excited.
I mean, he's got quite the uphill battle here still.
113. Side out.
Yeah, I think when you're down that much, you know, there's part of you that thinks, okay, I just got to go for it, and you know, not hold back, not be tentative, because if you can put together even 3-4 points, it starts to apply some pressure on your opponent. But he hasn't been able to really string them together. He's getting some side outs, but he's not capitalizing on those side outs just yet. Let's see if he can do that now. That's a great place ball.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Tione is necessarily getting super outplayed right now. He's given up a lot of free points on the serve return. I want to say at least 5.
Right.
Which can just make all the difference in the world when it comes down to it.
That's a killer in singles, especially you feel more pressure to make a good deep return, and so it can lead to a lot more missed returns. Yeah, you saw Barrientos that time hesitant to come in because he's gotten past the last few shots. And so that's what you want to see, right? You see Tione starting to put some pressure on him, making Barrientos sort of second guess himself a little bit. There he comes. See what, there he goes again. He is, he's putting together some points here, and that's what I was hoping to see out of him, just stringing some things together. And when you're on the other side of that, it just, you know, it starts to add up little by little, and you're just wanting to get that side out. Nice return. Yeah, that's a great job going to that backhand. He's gotten past with the forehand a few times. And Barrientos did a great job putting that return on the backhand side of Tione.
Decides to take that out of the air. I was a little surprised because that was quite a reach.
Yeah, we see the replay here. He does a great job staying out of the kitchen on this ball. He's trying to cut down.
Yeah, he did. Then he's got to step out of the corner. Like,
he was
good
trying
awareness.
to cut down the recovery time for Barrientos. Did a great job doing that.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Tione can be a little streaky, and we've seen that here. He went on a streak here.
Right.
Definitely saw him gaining some confidence, hitting some shots, and again, down 13-5. A lot of work still to do, but definitely we're seeing him continue to fight, not just kind of letting it go.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's what, you know, that's one of the special things about pickleballs. You're never really out of it because of the way the scoring works. You can string together a number of points on your serve, whereas, of course, in tennis, you're taking turns serving, so you can only do so much with your serve. You can only win your games, but that's what pickleball is. You know, you can go on runs, and that's what obviously Tione's hoping to do here to get back into this match. And if he can get it to 8 or 9, that puts a good amount of pressure on his opponent here, Barrientos. Let's see if he can do that. Oh, he just misses. He's been making those.
Really close, though.
Here, vamos from Barrientos. Yeah, notice on Barrientos' backhand, he just sort of slices it. He's not comfortable attacking from the backhand side, and so if Tione can open up the court and then go to that backhand, I think he can have more success. He does go to the backhand, but he leaves it high, and so Barrientos is able to just kind of poke that ball down at his feet.
Fortunately, another serve return long. And Mario Barrientos with a match point here to continue on. Not quite yet. And, you know, obviously we have the one-handed spin serve that is allowed here on the tour.
Right.
Tioni has kind of struggled with it a little. It's kind of gotten away from him a little bit.
Yeah, you see that. Oh, just misses.
At that point, is it worth it to even be trying to do it when you can't really control it as well?
Right, yeah, and I think, you know, you see that they just kind of let the ball drop on the toss.
Oh.
Yeah. Barrientos, great job moving in on that ball, taking it out of the air. Closes out the match. He asked Tioni if he was okay, pointing at his leg. So as he said earlier, he might have injured it.
Yeah, but put up a good fight.
Yep.
He stayed in it. He went on a little run, but Mario Barrientos moves on here today. Pesa Tioni can go get some lunch, grab a rest. He's done for the day, but we will take a short break here on Championship Court 1 when we return our first semifinal match in our men's pro singles bracket. Zane Navratil taking on Gabriel Joseph. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this. Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
This paddle is the answer.
A Ben Johns custom paddle by Franklin? For me?
Yeah, let's crush it.
Good game.
Good game.
Thank you, Ben Johns.
Way to go, Lala.
PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Excited to be back at the Legacy Sports Complex here in Mesa, Arizona for our second time here on the APP Tour here at the APP Legacy Open. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi in the booth with a men's pro singles semifinal match coming up right now. We have Zane Navratil, the #1 seed here in men's pro singles, taking on the #5 seed Gabriel Joseph. Let's take a quick peek at our bracket as we are working our way through. You can see this is the first semifinal. Dylan Frazier takes on J.W. Johnson in the second semifinal matchup. Navratil having to come through Hayden Patriquin to get here, while Gabriel Joseph took down Jack Foster in their matchup. Both of these men looking to secure their spot in the winner bracket final and ultimately the podium here at the Legacy Open. We'll see who is able to get the job done here. Zane Navratil will start off game 1 on the near end in the blue shorts. Gabriel Joseph on the far end. Gabriel Joseph has not played a tournament since we were here in Mesa last time. I know he wasn't thrilled with his results in that tournament, but always exciting to see Gabriel Joseph back on the court. Let's see if he can give Zane Navratil a match here.
Yeah, I am so pumped for this match. Both of these guys hit the ball so hard. They're both extremely fast. We should see some incredible points in this match.
See a lot of sliding and skidding out of Gabriel Joseph, his high-level tennis background. Let's move on. Joseph, 25 years old, playing for Team Electrum, lives in Los Angeles, California. While Zane Navratil, playing for Team Franklin, 26 years old, just outside of Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Great shot by Gabriel Joseph there.
Yeah, really good exchange. And again, we kind of mentioned it in the last matchup. Would you rather play someone you know really well or that you don't see as often? And while these two have played each other, because Joseph doesn't play in quite as many tournaments, Navratil, you know, knows how he plays, but it's not quite as ingrained as maybe some of the other players on tour.
Right. Well, and Joseph is a player that no player in the Pro Tour takes for granted. Like, everyone knows how dangerous he is. He could beat anybody on any given day. I think one of the biggest things for Joseph is his mental game. If he can stay in the match, not get too down on himself, I think that is key for him. Because as far as ability, he can play with anyone, and he can beat anyone, and I know Navratil knows that, regardless of how many tournaments Joseph has been playing.
There's that sliding we mentioned from Joseph. Did a really great job staying in that rally and then just kind of isn't able to execute on that last ball.
Yeah, he probably should have dropped that ball. He kind of went for a little too much there. timeout here from Joseph. I think one of the things where Navratil can have an advantage is if they get into a little bit of the cat and mouse. Joseph certainly is very, very fast, but I think he's more comfortable on the baseline trying to pass rather than playing the angles in the cat and mouse game in the kitchen. So I don't know if Navratil's going to try to do that or not. He's having success right now, so he's certainly probably not going to change whatever he's doing since he's winning.
Also, what is your thoughts on Gabriel Joseph is a strictly singles player. That's all he plays is singles, while obviously Navratil plays all 3 divisions, has a lot of doubles experience, and is very good. Does that help or hinder Joseph not having kind of the roundingness to his game that comes from the doubles game?
Yeah, and Joseph, he doesn't play as much doubles. That's why I think the cat and mouse is an advantage to Navratil in that case for that very reason. Just misses.
Navratil confirming with our referee Paul Raths, who is a local here in Mesa, Arizona. He confirms that ball was out. And you do see Joseph's, he stays back more often.
Right. Yeah, he likes to just unleash those ground strokes. He is both of these guys, even though they're smaller, they're thin guys, but they generate so much pace because of how loose their arm and their hand is at contact. It's like a whip. And so they can generate so much paddle speed, which is where the pace comes from.
Ooh,
just misses wide.
Wow, good hands from Joseph, though, to stay in that. Yeah, I think that's a common misconception, like you mentioned, that you need to, be really big and have, huge muscles to get that power, and you don't.
Right. You see Sincola, and you assume, okay, well, yeah, I can see why he would hit it really hard. He's a very strong guy, tall. Just misses that cross-court volley.
And Joseph was working Navratil side to side there. Definitely had him scrambling on the defensive, and he wanted to take the balls out of the air to not let Navratil get up to that court and set up to the net, excuse me.
Yeah, and I think both of them they're so fast that when you're playing against them, even though you have them on the run, you never feel quite comfortable because they're so quick. They know they can get to every ball, which makes you press, meaning you try to go for too much. Maybe you try to keep it too close to the tape at the net, or you try to go for too much on a sideline, and that's where the errors come from. They generate those errors because they're so fast, and they're getting to so many balls that you feel like you have to hit the perfect shot to end the point. And I've played with both of these guys. I've certainly played with Joseph a bunch of times, with Navratil just once, but that's what you feel on the other side, is you feel this pressure. You feel like you have to hit 6-7 winners in 1 point to win the point, because that's what their speed does. It's just getting every ball back, and so that puts a lot of pressure on the opponent, leads to some unforced errors.
All right, let's see if Navratil can keep it rolling here in game number 1 of this semifinal match. Oh, nice little two-handed backhand smack there from Joseph.
Yeah, great job by Joseph closing in. Navratil leaves it just too high. I'm sure he was trying to keep the ball much lower than that, but Joseph closed in on it. That's beautiful, beautiful forehand pass there.
And Joseph just made that look so effortless.
Right.
It wasn't that he was, trying hard or really going for anything, just a nice, really great placed shot.
Yeah, you see the 2 points in a row right there with this forehand. It's nice and smooth. It's that kind of loose arm swing.
Interesting. What an effective timeout for Gabriel Joseph. Comes out and 3 quick points on the board.
Yeah, on that point, I felt Joseph's serve was just too short. He just did not put any pressure on Navratil. Navratil was able to really make a great cross-court return, and then he was on the offensive there from the get-go. And you see right there the opposite, right? So now Navratil has a chance to serve, puts that ball pretty deep. A lot of pressure on that return. Serves and returns so big in singles, much more so than in doubles. Again, gets that short return and is able to put some pressure. And that's how quick it can change. Just that turnaround on that side out where Joseph was serving, trying to claw back, had some points in a row, leaves that serve short, and now it's all turned the other way.
Game point here for Navratil, and he gets it done with another error from Joseph. On the return, we will take a short break here, a word from our sponsors, and then we'll be back with game number 2 in this men's pro semifinal match right after this.
Pickleball.
And I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see. So I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
A spot in the winner bracket final is on the line here for our 2 men in the semifinal matchup. Zane Navratil on the far end here for game number 2. Gabriel Joseph on the near end with the serve to start off. Navratil taking game 1 11-5. And we were just talking in the break, Daniel, that Joseph is obviously a very emotional player, but you can see in his body language, a lot of his game is mental and just kind of, you know, being, instead of hard on himself, you know, being able to positively motivate himself.
Right. Yeah, he gets, kind of hangs his head and, you know, starts sort of moping around a little bit. But he can, you know, he just needs, because he's emotional, if he just gets a few points, then he can turn it around. A shot like that can turn things around there if he can string together some points here. And it's often what I just tell him to keep his head up when he's playing. Joseph's hardest opponent is always Joseph. because no matter who he's playing, he has the ability to beat anybody, but it's just being able to just keep his head in the game and not get too down when he goes, lose a couple points. It's tough. That's a great move there. See the replay. We see that Ernie that we talked about earlier. Saw the chance.
Really
It's a thumbs up from Navratil, yeah. I still want to see him go for a little more on that serve.
Oh.
It's in the Pickleball Central tent.
That's good effort from Joseph. And again, just thought he might try and take that out of the air, but.
Yeah, he was out of position, and the ball came back so quickly because he put a lot of pace on the ball to Navratil. Navratil just blocks it and puts it by him, which is hard to do as quick as Joseph is. Yeah, so you see the difference right there, the kind of returns that Navratil is generating, because he's got that spin, but he's also just putting some power and depth in his serve, and he's just getting the shorter returns, which set up the point for him. And Joseph hasn't been able to get some missed serve right there.
Yeah, it looks like Joseph's struggling a little bit with the Navratil serve. Again, if he is able to keep it in, he's leaving it very short, setting up a good attack for Navratil on the third, but
yeah, I see the Ernie right there. And again, I don't know why he's holding back. I've certainly seen him serve much bigger than that. That's Joseph, I mean. He's not really hitting his serve. I don't know if it's nerves.
again, we mentioned, obviously, Joseph doesn't play as many tournaments. He has a full-time job teaching tennis and pickleball at the club that he works at in Los Angeles. Is it just a matter of he just doesn't have the same number of reps in tournament play that some of these other players have?
Yeah, it certainly makes a huge difference. Yeah, well played there. So I think for me, like, I'm similar to Joseph in the sense that I don't play that many tournaments. So when one is coming up, you sort of like gear yourself up, and there's more nerves because you've kind of been waiting for maybe a few weeks, a few months. And so maybe the pressure is a little bit more. Just misses easy
so
forehand
tough.
volley
Yeah,
right there.
He's right there.
We all just grunted with him. Yeah, so I think because he's not playing as many tournaments, it's on his calendar. He looks forward to it. He wants to do really well. Whereas someone who plays a lot of tournaments, if they don't have a great tournament, well, there's one coming up next week or in 2 weeks. So I think that definitely plays a big part. And obviously, Navratil is playing against high-level singles players all the time.
Yep.
Whereas Joseph just, unless he's playing a tournament, he just doesn't have that access back home.
Yeah, and I think as the pickleball landscape continues to change and grow, it's not the pickleball tournaments of 2 years ago where the pros just kind of showed up and did what they did. Now it's, you got to dedicate the training and the reps and the fitness, and it's so much more goes into it. You can't just waltz into these tournaments anymore and expect to get anywhere.
Right, exactly. It's a miss return there. Yeah, I was commenting to Ken earlier that as I was walking around the courts, I'm seeing some guys that I've never seen in my life, and I'm watching them play, and I'm like, that guy's good, that guy's good, that guy's good, never seen him before. And that's going to happen more and more in pickleball, right? As more players come in, as there's more tournaments around the country, you just get a wave of players that come in from tennis, or maybe not even from tennis, but they just come in, they're great athletes, and now your first and second round matches are not easy matches. They're right off the bat. You're playing somebody who's good. And so that's tough as you progress in the tournament. And I think Joseph is just not getting the practice back home that you know, a lot of the other pros do, because they're playing more tournaments.
Absolutely. And speaking of new faces on the tour, we have a women's pro singles match coming up next. Georgia Johnson takes on former professional tennis player Salome Davidse, who's had some good results in the women's scene that she has broken into just within the last few months in her game. So certainly she is one of those new faces that's coming into the scene. Excited to see that matchup.
Yeah, that should be fun.
Georgia Johnson, of course, really solidifying her place as one of the top women, especially in the singles game. All right, Gabriel Joseph looking to make something happen here. And again, it's a matter of confidence with him. He needs to get something going for his own sake.
Right, and right there, he did go for more on that serve. He actually had a really good serve. He got a shorter return, and his backhand is lethal, but he just misses it on the tape there. But I do like that he hit a better serve. That's tough, though. Right after that, having to handle that serve by Navratil.
And again, a lot of the pros, I mean, we just continue to harp on this, but a lot of the pros have seen the Navratil serve, know what's coming, and they already know how to adjust, while Joseph seems like, you know, he's still trying to adjust.
Yeah, he's lunging at it, and it's hard. It is hard to read. It's tough ball to pick up, especially in singles, again, when you know you have to do a lot more with the return rather than just get it back like you would maybe in doubles. It's a lot more pressure in the singles game. That serve becomes much more of a weapon. This is so tough. Timeout with the paddle toss.
Timeout with the paddle toss.
Yeah.
7-1, 1 minute.
We do not have a warning from the ref, or we might. Yep, oh, might have one.
Over.
I mean, as we should. It was a bit of a.
Joseph trying not to make eye contact.
He knows.
Yeah.
He knows. So I think it's going to be a verbal warning there for Joseph on the paddle toss. But again, he just.
My dog does that when she knows she's in trouble. She looks away.
You're like, what, me? I didn't.
She looks away from me.
If they don't look at you, it didn't happen.
Right, exactly.
So yeah, Navratil obviously feeling calm, playing very confidently.
15 seconds.
Everything kind of going his way right now in this match. He's looking for that spot in the winner bracket final. Winner of this will take on the winner of Dylan Frazier versus J.W. Johnson.
Receiver has no more timeouts. Time in. 7-1.
Great job by Joseph hanging in there, and then he's kind of back in the point. He just pops up that backhand.
Yeah, right now it really just seems like Navratil is the one on offense, and Joseph is on defense.
Right, and he's
really
so
no matter
confident.
what's happening.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's just tough. That's just. And I think Joseph's starting to press a little bit, trying to short hop that serve to see if he can just get a little better result, get the ball deeper, but he's not having success. That's a very difficult serve to handle. And you see that it's not just the spin that he hits it with, but he swings so hard that his feet are both up in the air when he hits the ball. And he's doing the same right now, especially when he's feeling confident. Navratil, even on his passing shots, when he swings, both feet are off the ground. That's how much confidence he has in his strokes and how fast he's swinging.
This is a match point here for Navratil.
That was
And
it.
he
Closed
will
it out.
get it done. So Joseph having a little more success in game 1. If you're Joseph struggling with the Navratil serve, what adjustments did he need to make that didn't happen?
Well, I think he tried. I think he tried to short hop the ball, which he wasn't doing initially. It didn't work out for him because it's just such a tough ball to handle. I feel like he did try to adjust to it, but it just wasn't successful. I mean, I think sometimes he tries something, it doesn't work, and I think he was kind of didn't know what to do next.
Navratil hyping up the crowd here after his win. We will take a short break, and we'll be back in the Franklin studio with Franklin player Zane Navratil, and then a women's pro singles match is coming up after that. Don't go anywhere.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
Welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin here in the Franklin studio at the beautiful Legacy Sports Complex, here with Zane Navertil, who's headed to the winter bracket final. Gabriel Joseph, a player that you know is dangerous every time he steps on the court. You obviously don't see him too often. What's your strategy when you're coming up against someone who you know has all the moves, but you don't see them as often?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I was fortunate I got to watch a little bit of his really good match with Jack Foster, and I'm also fortunate he didn't play quite as well as he did against Jack. He missed a lot of balls by right into the top of the net, which, you know, makes the score look a little bit more lopsided than it really was. And so, you know, my strategy against somebody like him is I know that I have to return really well because he has really, really good passes. I know that I have to serve really well because he's so quick at the net that I need to have any space possible to hit those passing shots. So for me, I guess it's just focusing on serves and returns, as basic as that.
We have a beautiful crowd here at the Legacy Sports Complex. How fun is it as a player to have kind of the crowd behind you, getting excited, all of that good stuff?
Yeah, it was awesome. A couple of my buddies are here. There's Anthony and Sandy, Carson over there, and I'm sure I'm forgetting some people. But yeah, it's fun to play in front of a crowd. And yeah, Sincola's over there. Althoff needed to make his presence be known here. So yeah, Althoff is here, everybody.
And Julie Johnson. Julie Johnson.
Julie Johnson.
All right, thanks so much, everybody. You're headed to the winter bracket final. We'll see you there. Don't go anywhere, though. Our women's pro singles match is coming up next.
Pickleball.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Our ladies are making their first appearance here on Pro Singles Day. We have a semifinal matchup here between Georgia Johnson, who is taking on Salome Davidse. Georgia Johnson, the #1 seed here in our smaller women's pro singles bracket, 15 years old, in Delray Beach, Florida, with her family, of course. Salome Davidse, originally from the country of Georgia, not the state, the country. She is a former professional tennis player. Again, fairly new on the scene, but is starting to get some good results. She will start us off serving on the far end. Marcia Frezzo is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. Lauren McLaughlin here with Daniel Roditi for our singles coverage today. Davidse, 36 years old, and coming, of course, from that super high-level tennis background, you will see her stay back more often. You'll see a lot of ground strokes from her. While Georgia Johnson, who's been around the pickleball scene a little bit longer now, ooh, gets a lovely little net love there. But she definitely understands the importance of getting up to that kitchen line, trying to control the point from there. Also, one of the most wicked serves you'll see in the women's game, especially in singles.
Yeah, she uses just the two fingers, kind of the pinch, to generate some spin on that serve. That's a great shot by Davidse right there. I've never seen Davidse play. This is my first time ever seeing her. Obviously, great strokes, as you were saying.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the, especially on the women's side, I think it took a little longer for the women to understand that you do need to get up to that kitchen line. It's so important, especially in singles. But we're seeing a lot of the high-level tennis players coming in now. Megan Fudge, Anna Bright. They come from this massive high-level tennis background, and so it takes them a little longer to realize the nuances of pickleball, in that you can't always stay back. Like, it can be beneficial, of course, if you have those great passing shots, but
yeah, just not enough spin on that forehand by Johnson. Floats it long. Yeah, and I think in the women's pickleball, I think part of the reason, that's a great shot. Part of the reason that you don't see them come to the net quite as much is often their reach is not the same, but yet they're playing against people who have very good passing shots. So sometimes that makes them a little more hesitant to come in if they don't have that reach. Johnson, of course, is very aggressive. You know, tries to come in as much as possible, which I'm a fan of. I think applying pressure is always going to be good.
she does love that two-handed backhand. She had that volley there out of the air. Just got on top of it just a little too much. And of course, it doesn't hurt that her daily practice partner is one of the top men in pickleball, her brother, J.W. Johnson.
Right, right. And I think what, you know, probably what we'll see here is that even though Davidse doesn't have the pickleball experience, there is kind of a toughness that comes from having been competing, obviously, at the highest level of tennis, that even if someone hasn't been playing as much pickleball, there's that mental toughness and that can, you know, just being in competition at a high level that is going to help her.
Oh, I think Davidse kind of thought that was going to be out and just was done with that rally. It's like it caught the line there and Johnson with the easy put away.
Yeah, and that was an example of what you were saying. She hit a good deep high return and didn't follow it in. Which I think was a mistake, and you know, maybe that'll be part of kind of learning to adjust to pickleball.
Oh, and another. Johnson thought she had just a super easy put away and kind of, you know, nonchalantly hit that one.
She did that in the first point when she had just an easy ball to put away. You could see her body just totally relaxed. Too much so that just did not focus on that ball and missed both of them at the top of the net.
Johnson just does such a great job of moving her opponent side to side, especially if they choose to stay back and they don't come up to the net. She's really good about just working those corners.
Right. I remember we saw that when we watched her play against Elise Jones last time. She was moving her around.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to watch these high-level tennis players when they do stay back, because you're like, oh, like they have such a great shot to follow in and get up to the net, and then they don't do it.
Right.
And it kind of just leaves them exposed with a lot more court to still work with. Navratil, again, when he was commentating in Del Rey, mentioned that when you get up to the net, you just cut off so much of the court for your opponent, and they just have a lot less options.
Absolutely. And it just puts so much pressure, forces your opponent to do something versus just hit it back. And so that's an adjustment. Especially tennis has changed a lot over the years. Rarely do you see people go to the net in tennis these days. And so then that transfers to pickleball when they come into the sport, and they need to learn to get up to that kitchen line. You know, the court's so much smaller, obviously, so it's easier to cover it, whereas in tennis, they just don't want to come in because they leave way too much court for their opponents. But they have to make that adjustment when they come into pickleball and be aggressive and coming in a lot more.
Johnson up 8-5 now in game one of the semifinal matchup. And Davidse, she is hanging here, you know. She obviously has those really great shots from the baseline, so she's still able to do something with them. I mean, just there. Doesn't come in, but, you know, she's got those passing shots down the line, and Johnson's not able to handle that. So she's still, of course, very lethal from that baseline. Just imagine now if she adds in also coming up to the net.
Right.
It's a very well-rounded singles game right there.
Yeah, and I think part of it too is you know, Johnson put so much pressure on her opponents with that serve, right? So then it makes you even more hesitant to come in if you're already not comfortable. I mean, look at this. That return barely cleared the kitchen line. Great job there on the cross-court backhand, but that also contributes, right, to her not coming in, as she just feels that serve is on her so fast.
Oh, put a little undercut on that serve.
Yeah, a little slice, yeah. I like it. Got to change it up a little bit. Just goes for a little too much there.
And that one goes long from Johnson as well.
Returns a favor. Yeah, nice job there applying the, you know, what you were just mentioning, applying that pressure, coming in.
Yeah, one of the only times we've seen her come up to the net so far in this game one. And she is 1 point away from tying it up. Nice job recovering there from Johnson. She kind of had to really work for it there, scooped out that short hop on that second ball earlier in the rally.
Yeah, with her backhand, she just generated so much angle. She kind of flicked her wrist and just put Davidse in a really tough spot. Smart, very smart by Johnson there with the drop.
Yeah, Davidse gets that back, but again, there's just there's no other option after that. Johnson also a player that really needs to stay calm mentally, can get down on herself a little bit. But she has a game point here, sends that one long, so Davidse with another opportunity. You can see the confidence just explodes in Georgia Johnson when she gets a couple shots going her way.
Right.
Really fuels that.
Oh. I haven't seen the drop backhand serve.
I'm not sure ever in the pro game have I seen that.
Interesting. Hey, it worked.
Yeah, a big come on from her as she takes that two-handed backhand right down the sideline.
Great job. I could see how uncomfortable she was though, being at that kitchen line. She started backing up the first moment that she saw Johnson coming in, but handled that ball well, created an angle.
We have a timeout here from Georgia Johnson as Davidse will still have the serve, and we have an appearance from Julie Johnson coming over to chat with her daughter here. As again, I mean, just how, as a player, once you get down to the end and you're looking to close it out or your opponent's just on you, I have to imagine the mental aspect just gets that much more intense.
Yeah, I mean, you're especially when you feel like you have it, right? We talked about it in the Sincola match. And, you know, one of the things that we talked about a couple months ago when we were here last time is the use of that timeout, kind of an offense timeout, right? You get the side out, you're going to have a chance to serve it out and call a timeout. And we saw that used very effectively in that tournament.
All right,
we're going to see that drop second now, that drop backhand serve.
I love it.
When you know you like your backhand, when you're using a drop serve and driving that backhand. That was a great job by Johnson.
Handles it masterfully though, and she maintains that game point here.
Just misses that inside out.
I know there's been talk around the serve at the pro level that, you know, some people say it needs to go to just the drop shot. It's really the only great equalizer across everyone. And I mean, after you drop that ball, you can do anything with it. And you're seeing Davidse, I mean, the two-handed backhand on the serve. I love it. It's fantastic. I've never seen it.
Yeah, and I think it also, I'll wait after this point here. Oh, great deep serve right there. Like the pressure. Yeah, great job. It takes away the possibility of a illegal high serve, right? The ball's never going to bounce high enough to be over your waist, and so that's one more thing that the ref doesn't have to worry about watching for high serves.
Yeah, and if you're someone who loves, you know, two-handed, forehand, backhand, whatever you want, that serve just won her the game. She started that and it turned it around for her.
I think she won like 4 out of 5 points when she used that serve. And, you know, clearly she just feels confident driving that backhand deep, which is what you want in the serve, right? High and deep. That's what you're looking for, is the depth on that serve. And was able to claw back.
So Georgia Johnson now is going to be feeling that pressure going into game number 2. We will take a short break and be back with that right after this.
Salome Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Both of these women looking to secure their place in the winner bracket final. Georgia Johnson on the far end here for game number 2, taking on Salome Davidse. On the near end, Davidse coming from behind with a surprise two-handed backhand drop serve that really turned it around for her at the end of game 1. She took it 12-10.
Johnson standing on the wrong side. Davidse was just trying to make sure she knew where to be. You know, sometimes, so we see Johnson did not come in, which she usually does. And sometimes that throws off the opponent. You're expecting them to come in, all of a sudden they don't. Now you feel like you have all these options and you miss it, which happens more often than you'd think, especially when you're expecting your opponent to come in on their return and they don't.
Every once in a while, we've seen Georgia Johnson she can get a little scared, and then she becomes a little hesitant sometimes to come to the net. So I think it's so important for her, again, to just stay confident, play the game. She knows she can play. And you talked about it with Gabriel Joseph against Zane Navratil, that you can't back off. You can't back off. You need to play your game, play to your strengths, and not kind of get in your head about, oh no, like I need to be careful about this.
Right. Johnson tries to short hop that ball to take time away from Davidse, but kind of rushes it a little too much. Leaves it in the net. That's a great shot. Yeah, and you were saying, you know, Johnson, you know, she is 16, right? She's very, very young. You're playing an experienced athlete, even though she's not as experienced in pickleball. You know this person is a great tennis player, so that, you know, that can be intimidating. Certainly after losing the first game, the ball just misses long. So that could play a part in feeling more hesitant, as you were saying, for Johnson, especially when she had that first game really on her paddle to win. That ball looked like it missed, but she didn't call it out.
Ooh, and that's tough when,
Smiles,
again,
yeah.
we saw Johnson kind of do that in the first game with some sort of gimme shots.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Davidse take that ball out of the air. I think it's a mistake. That's a tennis move, to let the ball bounce, because in tennis, the ball's still going to bounce quite a bit, and you're still going to get kind of a high ball. In pickleball, you're just not going to get it as high. And so that's an adjustment where you get that high ball, you got to take it out of the air. You're not going to get the same kind of ball on the bounce, obviously. Great ball, nice and low.
Yeah, Davidse obviously has foregone the drop serve here as she gets into this second game. Going back to the just regular version of her serve. Yeah, Johnson just struggling here. I think you wonder again, the way game one ended, that can be hard to shake off as you're going into that. So we'll see if she can kind of focus. Mom coming back out on court to encourage her daughter. Let's take a quick look of that two-handed backhand drop serve. I believe I'm hearing from the truck we have a slow-mo of it. And I mean, she's just ripping that two-handed backhand because, you know, people think with the drop serve that there's still kind of additional rules, but no, like as long as you drop it without any additional motion, it's all's fair after that. You can hit it however way you want to after you drop it. And obviously Davidse loves that two-handed backhand, and she's just ripping it. We'll see if it makes another appearance here in this second game. Coming back from this timeout.
Changing ground strokes. Here comes Johnson.
Now, I would have liked to seen her come in earlier. I think she had a couple opportunities to do so. And like I said earlier, I think sometimes she gets a little hesitant to do so when she's been burned, maybe. But I think she is playing at her best when she's being aggressive and just getting up there.
Yeah, you saw in that exchange, they were both exchanging ground strokes, and the moment that Johnson applied the pressure, it led to the unforced error.
Wow, and again, Davidse just does not give up. And we say that in pickleball all the time. Make your opponent hit one more shot.
Exactly. Yeah, you never know.
She didn't think she could get a lot on there.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, it's easy to have a mishit, you know, hit the tape, something. Yeah, I would have liked to see Davidse try to drop that ball there in the kitchen. Again, maybe that's a little bit of the lack of pickleball experience of using the drop effectively. That was a ball that you're not going to be able to pass from that low. You got to just drop the ball and try to put your opponent in a more difficult situation, having to hit the ball from below the net tape. But she got the side out. Still has a 1-point lead. Yeah, it was interesting with the drop serve. She went to it when she was down and obviously was working, so she stayed with it. But now that she hasn't used it in the second game, she's been up for most of the second game. We'll see if she breaks it out again. Oh, it just leaves that ball way too high. Yeah, she's telling herself way too high.
Johnson really seemed in control almost all of game one until Davidse was able to overtake her just at the end. But now in game two, definite momentum shift here. Davidse really feeling much more in control. Even if she doesn't come out on some of these rallies,
right.
Johnson hasn't been able to string as many together as she was in game one.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great 1-2 right there from Johnson with her serve, and then being able to put that third shot in the corner again, because there's no pressure with Davidse coming in. It does make it a lot easier to attack that ball. She goes again. Great job by Davidse. She does a better job with that backhand cross court, keeping the ball low. She couldn't get as much power on it, but she put it so low, it led to a little bit of a pop-up from Johnson, and then she was able to capitalize with her forehand cross court.
Serve and return.
Line and line.
Line and line.
Nice job.
We will have our second semifinal men's match coming up next. It's a really great job there from Johnson. We will see her brother, J.W. Johnson, take on Dylan Frazier in that second semifinal matchup coming up next.
That'll be fun. They're doubles partners often.
Good buddies.
Davidse again leaves the ball high, calls a timeout.
So now it is Johnson who is coming from behind here, putting the pressure on Davidse. If you're Johnson, coming off of game one, obviously heartbreaker, Davidse kind of been in control here. What would you be telling her if you're Julie Johnson right now?
Well, I think a lot of it is confidence, right? Like you know you can win this game here. She had it. She had the game point in game one. So a lot of it is just confidence of sticking with what was working, continuing to apply pressure, and play your game, and not let Davidse kind of dictate what you do. And I think that's going to be key here. If she continues to go for her serve, right, apply pressure with that serve, and then with her third shot being able to come in behind it. And it's kind of what we saw with Sincola, right? We talked a lot about that serve coming up, and it just leaves it in the net. Sometimes you overthink it. Here comes. I think she's going to do the drop serve. She's thinking about it.
Oh yeah, she's definitely turned to the side.
There we go. Called out, confirmed by the ref.
Very close. Looked like it might have caught the outside, but
oh, it's beautiful down the line. Yeah, the last two times that she went to it, she just didn't get the depth on that serve that she had in game one. Left the ball kind of in the middle of the box, and she served.
Oh no!
Wow. You hardly ever see that in singles.
It's a rare error in singles. You do see it every so often, but that just speaks to the mental aspect right there. You have to think You know, Johnson obviously has a lot going on in her mind if she's not in the correct position when you think it's almost impossible to get that wrong in singles.
Yeah.
But it
fortunately
happens.
for her, yeah, fortunately for her, she gets the side out, so no damage done. She's right back serving, now on the correct side. That's great deep serve. Here she comes. Oh, just misses it.
She did a great job taking some pace off of that. She didn't quite hit that volley, you know, as a drop volley, but she just took a little something off of it, kind of threw Davidse off a little, expecting it perhaps a little bit quicker.
Right, left it nice and low. And I think because Davidse just doesn't quite have the drops kind of dialed in just yet, keeping that ball low, I think, is a great, great strategy for her, for Johnson. Wow. We saw that in game one, right? Just an easy put-away volley where she kind of got maybe overconfident, relaxed a little too much, lost focus, tried to paint the line, which wasn't necessary. Davidse was completely out of position. She could have put it almost anywhere. Followed by a missed return. That's just a quick, and that's tough. It's hard, right now it's hard not to think about that volley. And then you go, okay, and then I just missed that return. And it's just mentally it can be really difficult to kind of move on and just focus on the next point, which is obviously what she needs to do. But it's hard to do that after those two errors, and then another error with the long return.
Salome Davidse will be on a match point when we come back from this timeout called by Georgia Johnson. And she's had, you know, a couple timeouts in game one and game two. Obviously has tried to reset herself, collect herself, and it just doesn't seem to be sticking at this point.
See Julie smiling, trying to help Georgia Johnson relax a little bit, not put too much pressure on herself.
And again, you know, whoever doesn't come out on top here, they drop to our consolation bracket. We will almost certainly perhaps see them again back into the medal matches. So a spot in the winner bracket final on the line here, though. Salome Davidse looks like a two-handed backhand drop serve.
Oh.
She's hoping gets her there. Oh, but she sends it long.
Oh, yeah, it was way out. Yeah. She didn't hear the call, but it was, yeah, she didn't hear it, but it was,
yeah, that was
well out.
Well out, so. Haven't seen her miss that two-handed backhand drop serve
You
yet.
know, she left the two previous ones really short, and I think she just overcompensated, tried to go for more. Davidse did a good job with that forehand roll cross court, which she hadn't been doing that much. But then on that following backhand, I think she needed to do the same thing. Go back cross court with a soft drop. She tried to push it up the line. Georgia Johnson was there waiting for that ball to put it away.
And now we have a timeout from Davidse as Johnson within one here. And again, Georgia Johnson, always dangerous. Unless you have finished the game or match, she is a threat.
Right.
And Davidse knows that. She's trying to, you know, get herself in the right mindset to be able to get this side out and hopefully close out this match. But Johnson, we're not done yet. Easily could be going to a third game here in this match. Lauren McLaughlin here with Daniel Roditi, courtside for our singles coverage. We will be going to 2 streaming courts starting tomorrow for the remainder of our weekend, which will conclude with Championship Sunday, all of our pro gold medal matches. This ball is also called out.
Called out.
Ooh.
so hard on the monitor, on the screen.
Yeah, it is from the angle even that we see on screen, but
it's tough.
Did look
it's hard.
like it might have caught, and that's frustrating for Johnson.
It's tough. And then the referee is kind of on the wrong side of that in terms of the angle. It's very difficult for the referee to overrule from the same side of the line because it just, you can't quite see if there was a gap between the line and the ball.
Davidse with another match point opportunity. Oh, and Johnson gets the crowd going a little bit here as she is trying to fire herself up. You don't see it too much, but
yeah, I think that was a
fighting.
little bit of the frustration from the call, and then being able to put that point together.
Gets that line as Johnson lets that sail by. She was there. I think obviously she thought it was going wide, but
yeah, and she might have been just leaning right, and it's just enough that you can't really go back, and then you're just hoping that ball just pushes out, but stayed in. Oh, wow. Great return. I would have loved to see her come in because she had such a good return, but it didn't really matter. Davidse misses her third in the net.
So 3 match point opportunities fought off here from Johnson. And she is looking to repeat what Davidse did to her in game 1, which is coming from behind right at the end.
Right. She had Johnson completely out of position. We see here the replay, Johnson sliding with her back turned.
Really great job from Johnson.
And if Davidse could have just put it more short angle cross court there instead of trying to push the ball deep, she might have been able to pull that off.
Game point here for Johnson, and she gets it done. And she is fired up, and she's also looks like a little upset about something. So
she might still be upset about that call, that she maybe felt like it was in. Davidse called it out.
I mean, it happens. I like it. I like a little pickleball with a side of drama any day. So we'll take a short break. Game number 3 in this very hard-fought women's semi match is coming up right after this.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Two games have gone absolutely down to the wire here. Georgia Johnson and Salome Davidse are facing off here in this semifinal match in our women's pro singles. Game 1. Davidse overtakes Johnson just at the end, winning 12-10. Georgia Johnson repays the favor in game number 2.
A little bit of controversy here.
I think we hadn't quite started yet,
right.
And Davidse served, so Marcia Frezzo is essentially recalling, restarting. Davidse on the far end, serving here to start game number 3. The ladies will switch ends at 6.
Just mishits that one. Just misses wide again.
Oh, we're going to the drop serve right off the bat here from Davidse.
Here she comes. But you can just see she seems so uncomfortable coming in. She seems so unsure. We see here in the replay, she's moving in, but she wasn't moving in confidently.
Yeah, she didn't really, just looking at her feet, it didn't look like she had any sort of real plan in mind of where she was going.
Yeah, it was one of those where I think I'm supposed to go in. I'll go in.
People tell me this is important in the singles game.
Been told I should do this. And Johnson has such a good cross-court, short angle backhand pass. Oh, right at the camera. Nice.
Carl Schmidt taking one off the lens of his camera.
Yeah, and just like Johnson had to kind of block out that game 1 and how it ended, now Davidse has to do the same thing with game 2, right? Having had the match in her hand, now has to just focus. That's beautiful.
And such a nice drop over that net. Keeps that so low.
Johnson just rushes that ball a little too much. Was eager to try to get in, which I think was good, but she kind of rushed that backhand. Almost the same exact shot. She knows she wants to put pressure, but that was a tough ball to try to take so deep in the court. That was an opportunity for Davidse to come in when she had Johnson on the run there on that back, and she had her pulled so wide and the ball kind of floated, but Davidse was nowhere. She was in the back. Had she come in, that would have been a forehand volley, probably a put away. Johnson she missed 2 backhand up the line. She just missed a forehand. She's trying to use that line, but she's just leaving the ball on the tape the last 3 attempts that she's had.
Yeah, tried to slice that return and ended up sailing it wide. And a timeout here from Johnson as Davidse is 1 point away from triggering the end change. And again, Julie Johnson in her ear. And it looks like Georgia's giving mom the wave off. It looked like a nope, I've had enough. I know I've heard you. So
I got it. I got it.
She's got it, Mom. She's got it. I feel that. I feel that.
Yeah. Well, and you could tell right now, I mean, we've seen a few points here. Johnson likes to apply pressure going up the lines. She likes to pass cross court for the most part, but she kind of rushed a couple of those. She missed a return down the line. She missed another return down the line, tried to slice it, as you said. missed 2 backhands up the line. And of course, pickleball, you know, the net is highest on the outside, and you just got to get a little more under that ball. And she just didn't manage to do that, and she's just made a few errors there trying to go up that sideline.
Johnson grimacing there after she hits that shot coming out of the timeout. So we will indeed have an end change now. Johnson heading to the far end of the court. Salome Davidse concluding here on the near end. Davidse, like we mentioned, has had some good results here in women's singles especially. She hasn't hit the podium too many times yet, but certainly be a good win here if she can pull this off here in the semifinals to head to that winner bracket final. We will play all the way through our bronze medal matches each day here at the APP Legacy Open. We will have a championship Sunday happening on Sunday. All of our pro gold medal matches will be happening then. And taking a quick peek. Oh, winner of this takes on, I don't even want to try and pronounce her name. But I'll be sure to ask her when I see her. Yuche? Yuche? But she is definitely a name I have been hearing around the water cooler. Getting some good results. Player to watch, so.
Nice job. So that's a ball, we talked about this in the men's match. That's a ball that you would see on the men's side, probably them closing in and taking that ball out of the air. It still worked out for Davidse. She was able to put that ball away, but I'd love to see her move into that ball, take it out of the air, take away the time from Johnson. There's another error trying to come in there by Johnson.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, and that happens a lot, right? She's missed most of them in the net. So then she's so worried about the net, overshoots it right now, misses it long.
All right, we have a timeout from Johnson. She's definitely using them all.
Yep.
Not leaving any in the bank.
Smart. They don't do you any good if you don't use them.
Is this, to me, it seems like it's just a matter of execution now for Johnson.
Yeah, yeah, she's, you know, some of those errors that she made, as I mentioned, she just rushed it. But then that gets in your head, and so then you try to compensate. You don't want to miss in the net. Now you put too much air under the ball. You're missing long. And what happens, it just makes you lose confidence and makes you hesitant. Whereas at the beginning, we saw her hitting with so much confidence, right? And now we're trying to see her more hesitant, unsure of herself, unsure of her strokes. And it's playing out right now, obviously, in Davidse's favor. But Johnson can get right back into this if she can get a side out, same ball, right up the line.
It's the same errors that she's having nonstop here.
And give credit to Davidse, right? That's a great inside-out forehand. Give credit to Davidse because Johnson knows that if her approach isn't good enough, Davidse can rip that backhand. And so it is an unforced error, but it's also partly because Davidse has had so much success passing with that backhand. And so that's going to put some pressure on Johnson. But she did well there in getting that side out.
Yeah, Davidse has been playing so strong this game. Just very confident. She's hitting the shots she wants to. And then it's just compounded with the errors from Johnson. And it's putting her up in front here, 9-2, 2 points away from heading to the winner bracket final.
So I like Johnson making an adjustment here, returning right up the middle. She's missed, obviously, as we've said, up the line several times. She changed it up, went up the middle. It's a little safer shot. There we go. And that's a great strategy. Actually, against Johnson would be the same. Is actually to actually return to her up the middle, because she's so good at generating angles from the corners. Fortunate.
Yeah, Johnson's just really cutting it so close on those sidelines, just really trying to be perfect.
Right, and hitting it just too flat. I mean, her shots are just really flat. That's why they're not getting over that net. Oh, that looked long.
Oh, I thought that was very long. Our eyes deceived us, apparently.
Well, I think she missed the call, but fortunately it worked out for her, because it's tough to not call that ball and then you lose a point. But I'm glad she got that point, since she really missed that call. There's another one that's also long.
Oh, what's happening?
And that's going to drop.
Oh, right on that line. Johnson being aggressive, getting up to that kitchen. Oh, wow. Did that hit that corner?
It stayed in.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, when you're behind that baseline and the ball's coming fast, it's so hard to see. And again, as we mentioned earlier, you don't want to make a bad call.
And so you don't have your partner to be watching it for you.
Exactly.
So in doubles, you kind of rely on your partner to be watching that baseline when you're hitting a shot. Like,
here comes the drop serve. Nice and deep. Good job by Johnson. But you're absolutely right. In doubles, you can kind of rely on your partner. Maybe they have a better angle. They're not hitting the ball, so they're able to just focus on where the ball is bouncing with, you know, rather than trying to hit it. She's hit that forehand up the line several times, and it seems like Johnson is expecting the cross court. She's kind of leaning, even just slightly, thinking, because she had a little more open court, cross court, maybe she thought she's going to go to the open court. Instead, she went behind her on the short side and was able to paint that line.
Oh, it looked like Johnson completely thought that was going out, and then at the last minute decided
it was such an awkwardly hit ball.
Yeah, I was surprised she
threw her off.
Wow.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think then you're so unsure. Is that thing going to drop? Is it going to?
Match point here for Davidse.
Leaves it long. That one she's going to call. That was a good foot and a half out.
You know, Davidse, she's up 10-3. She's got to be feeling in a good spot right now. Right. So she's going to go for stuff maybe a little bit more. Definitely not hold back, and she's going to perhaps sail some long like that. Yeah. So she has the buffer to do that right now, but again, got to be careful, because Johnson will get right back in here.
Right, it doesn't take long. You can go from confident and loose to tight in a matter of 3 points if it doesn't go your way. But fortunately, she got the side out. See, no drop serve.
Wow, great return from Johnson.
Yeah, great job. And that's the ball she's been missing, right? And we see that she put a lot more air under that ball. She didn't try to cut it so close to the tape. She gave herself a little more margin over that net. She goes again.
And again, Davidse is not doing too much with it. She's just forcing Johnson to hit another one.
Ball. Exactly. Yeah. You said that earlier. It's just sometimes you just make them hit another ball, make them hit another ball.
And sometimes, as the opponent, when you have to keep hitting another shot and another shot, that can cause you to tighten up as well, because you're just trying to put it away.
Right. That floats. That is it.
Wow. Salome Davidse heads to the winner bracket final here over Georgia Johnson in 3. a little bit wider of a gap here in the third game. Did you feel like there was a difference here in this third game that we didn't see previously?
Yeah, I think it was, as we mentioned, the unforced errors by Johnson. She was hitting the ball way too flat and just missed. I mean, just put the ball on the tape several times, missed a couple returns, and that's it. I mean, right. That's you know, you only have to get to 11, and when you're giving away so many points. Now, some of those were side outs, obviously, but still, you can't really get any momentum when you make the error on your serve. You're still giving up the momentum side out.
Well,
but
Georgia Johnson, she's not out of it, drops to our consolation bracket. We will be back with our men's second semifinal matchup. J.W. Johnson takes on Dylan Frazier right after this.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this. Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
This paddle is the answer.
A Ben Johns custom paddle by Franklin? For me?
Yeah, let's crush it.
Good game.
Good game.
Thank you, Ben Johns.
Way to go, Lala.
ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Salome Davidse. You are headed to the winner bracket final. I think for the first time ever in pro pickleball, we saw a two-handed backhand drop serve. When and where do you decide to pull that out?
The day I got here 2 days ago, and I was watching a YouTube video of some guy doing drop on the forehand. I was like, has anyone done it on the backhand? And I tried and hit the line. So I was like, wait a minute. So just 2 days ago, I did it. YouTube taught you how to do a two-handed drop hand. Yes. It worked very well. I hope we see more of it in the future. I'll work on it now.
I know, you're like, now I have to work on it. So you're coming from professional tennis into pickleball. Obviously, there's some crossover that needs to happen. What do you feel like is what you want to work on most, especially in your singles game now into pickleball?
Definitely a little more drop, definitely way more getting in and like realizing when to get in. But you know, just every day I learn something new. Every day I discover something new, and I'm having so much fun with it.
Well, we are loving seeing you. Congratulations, you're headed to the winner bracket final. Don't go anywhere. Dylan Frazier takes on J.W. Johnson here at the APP Legacy Open right after this.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
pickleball.
A beautiful sunshiny day here in the desert in Mesa, Arizona. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here at the APP Legacy Open. Our second semifinal match about to be underway here in our men's pro singles bracket. Number 2 seed J.W. Johnson takes on number 6 seed Dylan Frazier here at the Bellbank Park Legacy Pickleball Center. Dylan Frazier in the blue will start us off serving. J.W. Johnson in the black on the far end.
We see right away Johnson going to that Frazier backhand, trying to put pressure there. Obviously, they know each other really well. They're good friends, doubles partners.
I was thinking, Daniel, is pickleball maybe one of the only sports where one day you're facing each other on the other side of the net, the next day you're together, and the next day you're against each other again?
Right. I mean, that's very unique. That's a great drop there by Frazier. Very unique in pickleball, right, that you play out the whole event in one day, as opposed to tennis, where you have matches every day. Johnson read that well, just overreached for that one a little bit, was trying to get that ball before Frazier could recover, and just hits it off the frame.
1-1.
A good leave there by Johnson. That just sails a little bit wide.
1-1.
Do you think it's harder or easier to play against one of your good friends?
I like playing. I mean, I don't know that there's anybody I don't get along with, but I really like playing with guys like Gabe Joseph that I'm, good friends with, and Tyson, and I like it because I still feel like it's competitive, but
no ill will towards each other.
Yes, I enjoy it a lot more. There's not the psychological sort of mental part of mind games and stuff that could go on with somebody that maybe you don't get along with, or you just don't know them, maybe.
Oh, a little net cord there.
Net love there.
And an eye roll from Dylan Frazier as a result. Really good cat and mouse rally there. We're going to see a lot of that from these two guys. They both are so good about getting up to the net. Kind of like getting into that. Ooh, J.W. Johnson will burn you on a drive, though, if he needs to. Ooh, foot fault on J.W. Johnson there. On that little exchange.
2-3.
Oh, nice job by Johnson going behind Frazier. Frazier anticipating the cross court. Johnson knew that, just pokes it right past him.
3-2.
And again, we talked about it earlier. Dylan Frazier obviously doesn't come from a racket sport background. A little unusual in his style of play. J.W. Ooh, beautiful shot.
I thought for sure that ball was going out. Just dropped.
Where J.W. Johnson, they're the same age, 19 and 20. Where J.W. Johnson, though, I mean, he spent his high school at a tennis academy.
Right.
So definitely different background here, but that's what's so awesome about pickleball. Like, it doesn't really matter what your sports background is. You can still be very successful with an unusual style.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, tennis for sure helps, and it can be a big advantage, but again, you see guys like Dylan, who's got, you know, a different style, but is obviously very effective. And we've seen many others the same way that don't come from tennis, but are able to still achieve great success.
Ooh.
Wow, that was an incredible return by Johnson. I thought it was going to go long. It drops inside the line, and Frazier just puts that inside out passing shot there.
I mean, just clears the net. Beautifully done.
3-6.
Long.
I was very fortunate to record a podcast episode with Julie Johnson. Got to hear some inside info about very young J.W. Johnson and his growing up and background. So excited to be able to put that out.
That's great. Yeah, so that what we talked about earlier, the third shot drive by the guys, and then you see them quickly closing in to take that next ball out of the air, to not give, in this case, Frazier any time to really recover.
Johnson pulling away here in game 1, up 8-4.
Just misses.
Timeout receiver, score is 9-4.
And a timeout here from Dylan Frazier as Johnson just 2 points away from closing out this first game, and Johnson clearly feeling good. His body language very relaxed, playing confidently.
Of course, he looks the same when he's up 9-0 or down 9-0. You wouldn't know, right?
He's a little more expressive than I think people give him credit for, but definitely got to hear from his mom, Julie. He's definitely a perfectionist. He wants kind of everything to go according to plan, gets very frustrated, but definitely does a good job sort of keeping it contained.
Right, right. Certainly doesn't show it too much when he feels it. He's the anti-Gabriel Joseph. I'm certainly a lot more like Joseph than I am Johnson.
And again, good little exchange there at the kitchen. Johnson coming out on top, but Frazier just, both of them have some of the quickest hands.
Point game, 11-4.
And Johnson comes out on top, 11-4. Bit of an anticlimactic ending to this game, but game number 2 still coming up here. Winner of this faces Zane Navratil in the winner bracket final. Will it be Johnson or Frazier? We will find out as game 2 kicks off after the short break.
Pickleball.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 Pickleball.
I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see. So I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Drew DeHennis, our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match, gets our players back to the court and game number 2 underway. J.W. Johnson in the black on the near end, Dylan Frazier in the blue on the far end. Ooh, a little angle from Dylan Frazier. Johnson taking game 1 11-4. Made it look pretty effortless.
Just misses. Yeah, Johnson can do that. Singles and doubles. Ooh.
Just overdone, but you can see
it.
how important he knows it is to take the balls out of the air. He will just reach so far into that kitchen, fully extend himself, trying to make sure Frazier does not have the time to set up.
See a lot of the players that will be competing the next couple days in doubles in here, watching some of the singles action.
Yeah, definitely have a good crowd here at Legacy Sports Complex. Zane Navertil also in the stands, making sure he watches this to see who he's going to be taking on. Again, stays calm, collective. Just puts that ball right where he needs to. Don't need to overdo it.
Frazier went with the lob and seemed like right as he hit that, there was like a gust of wind that just held that ball up and made it even easier for Johnson. For the viewers out there, anytime you're playing in windy conditions, you never really want to lob when you have the wind at your back. You want to do it when the wind is against you, so you can kind of hit the ball a little harder and the wind will hold it up. Just rips that inside out forehand.
3-2. Side out. 2-3. Side out.
Sometimes it just seems like Johnson is like 3 shots ahead of you in his mind.
Yep.
Like he knows exactly where he wants to go and he knows what he wants to happen the following 2 shots.
Right.
Just kind of sucks you into exactly what he wants you to do.
Yeah, that pass, that previous point, he knew that right after going up the line, he was going to get a ball that he could just angle, and that's exactly what he did. Same thing there. It's almost like he anticipated that Frazier was going to cheat to the left side, again, thinking he was going to go to the open court, but instead he went behind him, caught him sliding the other way. Maybe a ball Frazier could have taken out of the air, but still works out for him.
Point. 3-5. Side out. 5-3. Point. 6-3.
Oh, beautiful. I think Frazier just kind of got frozen because Johnson comes around that, and he could easily go cross court or down the line.
Right.
Just kind of frozen there, not knowing which way he was going to go. And we have a timeout from Dylan Frazier here, who was holding Johnson back a little bit, but Johnson now starting to pull away, up 7-3 here in this second game. Again, looking to face Zane Navratil in the winner bracket final. If Johnson comes out on top, he has also had Navratil's number the last couple times they have faced off. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out. I'm sure Navratil is more than aware that the pressure is kind of on him to make some adjustments, but Johnson's got to get through Frazier first, and he is going to give it everything he's got. Certainly capable of taking Johnson to a third game. He's done it before. He can do it again.
7-3.
Well played there by Frazier. And we got a little update here in the back draw of the pro men's singles. Jack Foster was able to take down Hayden Patrickin, 15-4. And then Gabriel Joseph got the victory over Johnson Cola, 15-10.
Wow. Wow, that is a big win for Joseph.
That's a great win for Joseph. Not necessarily a huge upset. Joseph is obviously a great player, but based on how St. Cole's been playing recently, maybe, you know, he might have been certainly the slight favorite, but game to 15, anything can happen, and Joseph seemed to bounce back well after that loss to Navratil, and now is going to be waiting here to see who he plays next. Yeah, it's great overhead. I think whoever loses this match will take on Jack Foster, and the winner of that will take on Gabe Joseph.
All right, we're working our way through the back draw. Frazier does a great job keeping Johnson back, just kind of forcing him to throw up those lobs of desperation.
Every lob got a little higher. It's going to be out.
Point.
Here, Frazier telling himself he was lazy on that.
8-4.
Yeah, we see Johnson moving in, as we've
He likes to be aggressive
before,
with that.
I think it was the right idea. He just couldn't quite pull it across court. Frazier's got his walking on air serve.
5-8.
Seems like he's... Oh, it just misses. And I was told that Frazier's been working on a two-handed pass, but I haven't seen him break that out just yet. Maybe he doesn't feel quite confident enough yet.
And just having some errors at just inopportune times. It's giving points to Johnson like that. And all of a sudden, it's a match point here for J.W. Johnson.
10-5.
Oh, it's a great shot. Yeah, and those errors, I mean, they're unforced errors in the sense that he should make those shots. But again, what we mentioned earlier in the Johnson match, Georgia Johnson, sometimes what your opponents do, it just puts so much pressure.
Absolutely.
That you feel like you have to be perfect. And so they're forced in that sense because your opponent is just playing so well and you feel like you have to press a little bit.
Another opportunity here for Johnson to close this out. Frazier putting a little bit more on the board. Can he hold him off? Oh, really nice rally there. Some great cat and mouse. Johnson decides to throw a little lob into the mix.
Not the best idea.
That was probably the start of the end for him on that rally. Big overhead. Third opportunity here for Johnson.
Oh.
Oof, little flick right to the upper body.
Chest.
I mean.
Yep. Then again, you're expecting an angle. You're expecting up the line, and so that's a very, very smart shot right at your opponent's body, which you don't see as much in singles, but you know, it can be very effective when you've been setting it up.
J.W. Johnson gets the job done. He heads to the winner bracket final where he will face Zane Navratil. We will have our women's winner bracket final first, though, coming up next. We head on court to talk to J.W. Johnson before we get that women's matchup here at the APP Legacy Open. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up right after this.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this. Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
This paddle is the answer.
A Ben Johns custom paddle by Franklin? For me?
Yeah, let's crush it.
Good game.
Good game.
Thank you, Ben Johns.
Way to go, Lala.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Welcome back, everyone, into the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with J.W. Johnson. He heads to the winter bracket final where you will face Zane Navertil. So I don't think many people realize this. Within the last year, you were still contemplating whether or not you wanted to take the tennis or the pickleball route. Why ultimately did you go with pickleball, and are you happy with that decision?
Basically, it was I was winning more in pickleball, and I was just having more fun, especially with the people. It was just a lot more fun than the tennis was, and I'm happy with the decision that I made.
We're happy to have you. Taking on Zane Navertil, you always know what to expect. He's going to put up a fight. What's your plan to come out on top?
Fight back.
Fight clean, though, right?
Yeah, just throw some hands on the court, you know.
Did you hear that, Navertil? He's going to throw hands. He said he's going to throw hands. All right, well, we have that coming up shortly. Good luck in that matchup. We have our women's winter bracket final coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
It's not every day we have 2 professional tennis players facing off here in pickleball, but number 4 seed Salome Davidse, a former professional tennis player, is taking on current, still professional tennis player, the number 3 seeded Yushen She. We asked her, of course, how to pronounce her name. I'm still sure we're going to not do it justice, but we're going to do our best. So first time getting to see her play. Very excited, have definitely heard her name. People have been talking about her, one to watch. So again, very excited to see these very high level women's tennis players switching over into the pickleball game. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here courtside for this fabulous matchup here in our women's pro singles winner bracket final. Again, one of these women heads to the gold medal match, which is on Sunday. The other heads to bronze. We saw Salome Davidse take care of business against Georgia Johnson in their semifinal matchup. Got that done in 3 games. Or was it 2? Excuse me.
No, it was 3.
Okay.
Yep. Johnson had that lead in the first, and Davidse came back and won, and then same thing, kind of reverse in the second.
1-0. Point.
Davidse with a small lead here as we are getting into game 1. Really nice shot there from her. And if anyone missed it, we obviously got to see a 2-handed backhand drop serve from Davidse earlier. She told me in her interview a couple days ago she watched a YouTube video about the drop serve and decided, hey, I haven't seen anyone do this. I'm going to try it out. She, of course, admitting herself she has a lot to still work on as she transitions from the tennis mindset into pickleball. Shea still playing professional tennis, so might be a little difficult to kind of turn off the tennis part of her brain. And she gets more used to the pickleball.
Great deep serve there by Davidse, putting Shea on the defensive with that return. Couldn't really control it.
Well, so that is called wide.
I thought it was wide. Let's see. Oh.
It was not. I mean, so Shea upset about that call. Our ref told her he was watching her feet, though, didn't have a look at it, but.
Oh, that's what he said. I thought he said it was wide. But
oh, no,
right.
he said I was watching your
He
feet.
was pointing at her feet.
All right, we have a timeout here from Shea. So again, she is kind of smiling to herself over there, I think, still probably about that call. And again, do you come from tennis, Daniel?
Yes.
So I hear nothing but tennis is a bit more cutthroat,
right.
A little, you know, a little maybe more chippy than the pickleball world is used to.
Absolutely.
These ladies, obviously, they come from professional tennis. They kind of have that ingrained. Is that perhaps something we'll see from these high-level tennis players, is a little more, you know, close calls than maybe people are used to seeing?
Yeah, maybe, you know, and I hate to generalize because it's not fair to people, but that is fairly common in now we see Shea making an out call, which Davidse questions, but Shea's kind of smiling to herself, which, so, and I'm not saying that Shea made a bad call. It might have been the correct call. I couldn't see it from here, but that is what you see in tennis. There's a little bit of the back and forth. You make a tight call, I'm making a tight call.
Wouldn't be the first time.
And it goes back and forth, a lot more so than in pickleball. So yes, it is. And the ball's moving so fast in tennis that it's even harder to overrule by refs.
Yeah. Shea really struggling with the serve, sending a lot of these returns long, and that's just an unforced error you can't have.
Right. Yeah, Davidse's playing well, playing aggressive. She sails another one.
And I don't really think Davidse is doing anything necessarily with her serve. It's just she's getting a little probably topspin. It looks like she's, you know, she's bringing it up, you know. She's hitting it to the side for sure. So she's getting probably some topspin on it.
Yeah, she's putting some pretty good pace on it. And a lot of times, I know for me, a lot of times the reason I'm missing the return is less about the serve and more about what I'm anticipating for the third, right? Like if someone's a really good at passing, it just puts pressure on you, even if the serve isn't, you know, necessarily super deep or super hard. You're anticipating that your return has to be so good to not be passed. And so sometimes that plays a part in it, less the serve and more Davidse's ability to pass and maybe in Shea's head as she's trying to return that ball. And you do have some wind. I'm looking at some of the here on the court. It's at Shea's back, so it does make it challenging when you're returning with the wind at your back. It's hard not to sail those balls long. You see now she's starting to put a little topspin on that return.
Oh.
Shea gets overruled on the out call.
did look like it caught the outside of that. Definitely very close. But
and that's probably what we're going to see in this match. It looks like a lot of, I'm not saying bad calls, just close calls. That if you...
Oh. So the ref calls the score, and I'm not sure. We have seen Davidse struggle a little bit hearing the ref sometimes.
Right.
So I assume she probably didn't hear him, but he did call the score, and then she did not get the serve off within 10 seconds. So a match point here for Salome Davidse. And she will get it done, and we will definitely not be having a paddle tap here between these ladies. And again, you don't do that in tennis. That's a pickleball thing, so, you know.
Right.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Back to the action here on championship court number 1. 2 tennis players are going at it here with their chance at the gold medal match on Championship Sunday. Salome Davidse in the pink took game 1 11-1 over Yushen She, who I am seeing in the chat. Her sister, number 1 in WTA doubles and has won Wimbledon multiple times, so clearly professional tennis runs in the family. She is still a current professional tennis player.
Seems like Shea's choosing to stay back a little bit more in this game, maybe trying to change her game plan. Here she comes. Oh, it's great angle volley. Beautiful. She just angles her paddle, uses the pace of Davidse to be able to just angle that ball short into the kitchen. Yeah, great cross court by Davidse there.
And we saw She really struggle with Davidse's serve in game 1. Gave her a lot of issues, gave up a lot of free points. We'll see if she can kind of get that under control here in game 2.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I thought that had to do in part with the wind, but that one, of course, she misses that one wide, which I'm sure had really very little to do with the wind and more just a mishit. And I would come in to the middle against Davidse rather than trying to aim for those corners, because she creates a really good angle there. And so I would, if I was advising Shea, I would tell her to return up the middle and then follow that ball in, take away some of those angles.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't look like she's comfortable coming in yet. And we even heard Davidse say, you know, she struggles with that as well. Okay. I mean, she got up there. She did what she needed to do.
Yeah, he kind of second-guessed herself. That ball might have floated wide, but she felt like she had a relatively easy volley and missed it. Yeah, it's great put away there by Davidse.
Looks like we might have a cracked ball. And no crack was found apparently, so we play on. Shot by Shea, creating that angle. She chose to stay back, let Davidse come in. Shea needs to put a little more on that serve, apply a little more pressure. We're seeing that on Davidse's side. She's hitting the ball a little harder on her serve. Ooh. You could hear Shea's shoes.
Yeah, see the replay right there
squeak
sliding.
As she almost
Just slid
broke
right
an
past
ankle
that.
there. Really well placed.
5-1.
We also can hear the very common tennis grunt coming from Davidse.
We're definitely seeing that a little more as these high-level ladies come into the game. Megan Fudge is also doing that.
Yeah.
Davidse, of course, Davidse originally from the country of Georgia, while Shea from Taiwan. And a timeout from her as she is trailing Davidse once again 6-1.
Yeah, the grunting thing is definitely very common in tennis, and it's exhaling. That's part of it. It's kind of you're trying to breathe through your shots, and so you see that a lot from tennis players.
Time in. 6-1.
Hitting those corners, putting Shea on the run. Oh.
Yeah, she holds steady for a while and then just...
She went from the defensive to then taking control, and then there's that ball that we've talked about before. Probably should have taken it out of the air. Instead chose to let it bounce and miss the backhand drive. But she got side out on a missed serve.
1-7.
Let's see if she can make something happen here. Oh, great angle. Nice ball.
3-7. Point. Side out. Seven, 3.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Beautiful, right?
Really nicely
right
done.
There. Anticipated well, took that ball in a half volley and just angled it. Just used Davidse's pace and just angled her paddle. Great job. Let's see if she can fight her way back. Still, she's just not hitting that serve. Love to see her really go for it a little bit more. That misses out.
And again, another ground stroke rally. Ending with Shea going a little too long again.
7-3. Side out.
The viewing public has a question. They want to know where you played college tennis, if you did, Daniel.
So I played junior college at Saddleback College in SoCal, where I live, and was burnt out on tennis, so I did not pursue it in the university. That was the last time I played tennis.
Ooh, that was a beautiful two-handed backhand there from Davidse. Has not pulled out that drop serve in this match yet.
Yeah, not yet. We haven't seen it yet. Maybe she'll pull it out as she gets closer to match point, possibly. But if it's working, then there's no reason to change it. Yeah, my brother played professional tennis, played on the tour. He is a head coach at TCU.
All right.
4-7.
So he has definitely had a lot more of the success in tennis than I did. Just kind of a lax forehand right there. Didn't really get under that ball. She was standing a little too tall on that. Didn't get under that ball to roll it, and just left it flat in the net.
7-4. Side out.
Again, both these ladies very new on the pickleball pro scene. They still, you know, so much to learn about strategy in pickleball versus tennis.
Yes.
Kind of grow into their game. So that will come with time. You know, they got to kind of shake off the tennis mentality and get into the pickleball mindset.
Yeah, there's an adjustment period of figuring out what works from tennis and what doesn't, and what you need to tweak to make it effective. I certainly went through that as I was trying to find my way in pickleball.
We have a timeout here from Davidse. Is Shea 1 point away from tying it up here, and it seems, you know, we talk how important in pickleball making those in-game adjustments is, learning on the fly. Obviously, I don't think these two have probably faced each other very often, given how new they are to the scene, both of them. So again, you know, we're seeing Shea work really hard to kind of figure it out as she's going, and we're seeing her kind of, it's starting to click a little bit more. And it does seem, when we saw her starting out, do you think it kind of seemed like she lacked a strategy?
Yeah, and I think
or a
when
focus.
Right, I think, like you said, they're both kind of newer to the sport. Not sure if they faced each other. I think it's part of the newness to the sport, right? They're still trying to figure out their own game, let alone the other, you know, your opponents.
Exactly. thought that was gonna
Yeah, like in that
head
point,
over.
for example, from my perspective, it just seemed like Shea was just, I'm just going to hit the ball back to that corner. Like, and you know, I think she's still, again, now that's a little more purposeful.
That was probably the closest the two of them have been to the net together.
Yeah.
Couple volleys there.
I do love how Shea she's been smiling through the whole match, sometimes in frustration, maybe because of calls, but you know, she seems relaxed. She seems like she's having fun.
This pulls out a little too much.
Yep. Yeah, you could see her. She stood up before she finished that shot, kind of picked her head up, kind of stood tall instead of staying through her shot down a little bit lower. And that's just lack of experience.
And again, she got up to the net first, and she was able to take control of that rally because
she's been using that drop forehand cross court. She's used it really well several times. I'm sure she's made a mental note that that's working for her, and if she can position herself there again, she's gonna, you know, keep using it.
Yeah,
that's great.
Working the open court there as she pulls Davidse off to that right side.
Oh, we got a lost ball. Certainly happening a lot less this time around than
absolutely
2 months ago.
Learned our lesson.
Yeah. They've done a great job here in this facility. Still under construction in some areas, but
yeah.
Center court.
They have 40 dedicated pickleball courts here, all individually fenced off. Pretty fantastic facility.
That's out. Just misses.
Yeah, it
Davidse
kind of
is
seems
frustrated.
when the tennis players come in, especially the women, and they're kind of playing just kind of the ground stroke back and forth. It seems like that's, like you mentioned, that's kind of all there is. There's not a lot of thought to, you know, trying to mix it up or the strategy of what comes next.
Right.
It's just kind of a get the ball back, get the ball back.
Right. Right. And they're, I mean, they obviously have incredible ground strokes, right? So when they're playing against someone else that doesn't have that level, it's very effective because they just hit a couple balls in and then they drive one past the opponent. But now that they're matched up against each other, then it's definitely...
And again, no paddle taps from the tennis ladies, but this second game much more less contentious than the first one.
Yes.
But Shea comes out on top. We are going to a third game as she is learning on the fly here. Got it together, figured out what she wanted to do in game 2 and executed. We'll take a short break. Game number 3 in this women's winner bracket final coming up right after this.
New People Pickleball.
I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. Pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Game number 3 coming your way right now here in our women's pro singles winner bracket final. We have Salome Davidse on the far end. She is taking on Yushen She on the near end here for game 3. We'll switch ends at 6. One of these women heading to our gold medal match on Championship Sunday. The other heads to bronze, which will be played today. Again,
there's
yep.
that shot again. That's been working. I assume we're going to see that more. If you're Davidse, you got to start trying to pass on the backhand side. Or go to the forehand and just start moving forward, because Shea's not trying to put that volley deep. She's just dropping a short angle, so Davidse needs to move into that ball to have a chance. Oh, it's a beautifully placed ball right there.
What a turnaround. She has, game 1 to now, she's a different player that we're seeing in this match.
Yep.
She just, nothing was working. She just couldn't get anything going in that first game. Again, some questionable line calls were made that maybe perhaps threw her off a little bit as well, but just really adjusted so well. And that just speaks to just how high level of a sports background she has, being able to do that.
Yeah, and as we, and as we mentioned it, she's, despite the bad calls from her perspective, right? Again, I'm not accusing Davidse of anything. It's just from Shea's perspective, getting bad calls, she still smiled through it, stayed relaxed, and that's huge, because that could very easily get in your head and turn the match into more of this kind of mental head games instead of focusing on what do I need to do with my game to win this. And was down 7-1 in the second game.
Yeah, she had to come back big. Oh, unlucky net cord there. But yeah, she is just, she's smiling.
Yeah, again, it's, it's so tempting in those moments when someone gets that let cord to be so angry, not at the person, but just kind of the bad luck. But she just smiles, kind of moves on to the next point.
And you mentioned during a break, kind of coming from the tennis world, especially professional tennis, the feeling of pickleball is it's more social, it's more relaxed, it is more fun. There is that element that probably isn't in their tennis games.
Right.
So it's like, no matter what, this has to be fun.
The whole
at the end of the day.
atmosphere is so, she tried for that forehand roll, and I could tell that's a shot she knows she wants to work on. She doesn't quite have it down. She left the last 2 in the net. But yeah, the atmosphere at these tournaments is so different than when you go to a tournament in tennis, even if it's not one of the majors. Everything is so quiet. All you hear is that people hitting balls, and can't talk. Just misses that backhand roll. So Davidse did what we talked about, right? So now she tried to pass her on her backhand, because on her forehand side, Shea was having a lot of success hitting that short angle volley, and maybe the backhand is not quite as dialed in. She misses that long, which we saw early in the first game, was missing those returns long, and just did it again. There it is. She missed it trying to pass, but she was able to.
Yeah, she was playing so confidently here in game 3, and then Davidse just had a good little run, put 2 points on the board, got some errors out of Shea.
Yeah.
And we'll see if she can just kind of shake that off and continue up the scoreboard if Davidse is going to get back in here.
Yeah, and it seems like Davidse's movement is much better side to side than moving forward. Like her reaction to move forward is just not quite there. Again, because in tennis, you know, she's just used to going side to side. And maybe Shea's recognized that. Now, see, we see Davidse now going to the backhand side on those passes, right? She's gotten burned going to the forehand with the short angle forehand now. Now she's attacking the backhand. Shea's not quite as comfortable maybe with those volleys, not be able to do as much. And seems like Davidse has recognized that, made an adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, we talked how much Shea needed to make those adjustments, and now Davidse is doing the same thing. She's recognizing what she did that made her come out on top in game 2, and now she's the one that's needing to adjust, and she is doing that. So she's getting right back in here. We will switch ends at 6 here in this 3rd game. So again, anything can happen still in this matchup.
Yeah, we've seen it in the earlier matches, right, when we felt like one player was in control. Maybe the Sincola match against Frazier seemed like John was in control most of the match, and all of a sudden Frazier comes back and wins. And we saw maybe, you know, similar there with Georgia Johnson and Davidse. We saw a little bit of that. She switches hands, misses that left-handed forehand. Just misjudged it. That could be a little bit of the adjustment from tennis, right? Sometimes you got the long tennis racket.
Exactly.
And sometimes it's not unusual to see miss that ball, just mistiming it. Going to stay in. Nope.
Ooh.
It's not. Sailed.
Good
the
effort,
wind
though.
Just pushed it out a little bit.
And again, we saw she's been having success.
She's funny.
She is. I like her personality.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
She's had success coming up to the net, but she's gotten a little hesitant about it now.
Right.
So she's kind of stayed back and now getting into those ground strokes again. I want to see her come up. And now it's Davidse who's getting the opportunities, and it's taking her a while, but she's the one that's starting to come up now.
Yep. And
Davidse
that backhand.
Gets to the 6th point and triggers the end change here.
Right.
I mean, if you're Shea, what does she need to readjust back into now?
Yeah, I think she needs to get back into the net. She's had a lot of success getting to that net and using the drops, you know, trying. Because Davidse hasn't really run down many of those, if any. And so I think she needs to move in, use the angles to get Davidse on the run, but angles, short angles, not deep.
Yeah, we'll see if, some more adjustments in match here are going to be needed to be made.
Yep.
Spot in the gold medal match on the line here for these two ladies. Mark Thomas, our referee, getting them back on court and into the action.
Time in. 6-5.
Davidse continuing to attack the backhand side of Shea. A little bit of a crosswind now. Going across from left to right on the screen there. That might have contributed to Davidse pushing that ball wide. Oh, just over swings at that ball. I think it would have been better there for Shea to use a backhand roll. That was back.
That just missed.
Yeah, that one was just back. We had a kind of the perfect.
Yeah, it's weird on camera. Yeah, it doesn't look like it because it's on the other side, but we're right on the side.
We're right on it. It missed by about a ball length. There she goes for the drop. You see that she's not as effective. I'd like to see her do that same drop cross court versus straight ahead. Use the angle so that the ball's not going towards Davidse, but actually going away from her. That would have been a good ball to come in on. There she goes. There's a drop.
There it is. Ooh, yeah. See, that is going to be, that has almost singularly been what has worked for her.
She hasn't lost one of those points. This is, I mean, now Davidse anticipated much better this time. She got to that ball, and she had a good shot at passing, but again, it's getting to the net.
Oh, that was going to be out. I know. Oh, that's tough. And again, that is one of, you know, the risks that you take when you're staying back and you're just getting into the ground strokes is sometimes you kind of forget where you are on the court and that you are, you know, that far back.
Wow, that was a great pass. I thought Shea had an incredible return deep. Probably did not expect Davidse to be able to pull that ball cross court, but she did it, used that left hand to pull it. And she loves that shot. She's been hitting that shot the last couple matches that we've seen. That ball's deep. Shea goes a timeout.
And again, Davidse kind of realized what Shea was doing.
Yep.
Made the adjustments, and she hasn't been able to get back in it here. She's just kind of been rolling, and you can see, especially on that last rally, she was pumped up. She kind of jumped in the air a little, like really fired herself up.
Yeah, I think she knew that Shea hit a really good return, but just being able to hit that angle cross court, I mean, that was, you know, of course, it led to the next point being won also, and that's huge. It puts her at match point. Got a fairly comfortable lead.
15 seconds. Server, 2 timeouts. Receiver, no more timeouts.
All right, so Davidse with the serve in from this timeout, and she has a match point on her paddle. Wow, really nice job. Good effort. Shea took her to 3, made those adjustments in game 2, just couldn't quite keep it together through this third game. But again, so new on the scene, so much talent. She's obviously still playing professional tennis, so we'll see more of her as she continues to grow into her pickleball legs, we'll say. So we have our men's winter bracket final coming up. J.W. Johnson takes on Zane Navertil for their spot in the gold and bronze medal matches as well. Salome Davidse heads to her spot on Championship Sunday. And Shea will play in bronze, which we will have coming up today as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a short break and back with our men's match right after this.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
The The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Back to the action here on Championship Court. We have our men's winner bracket final here at the APP Legacy Open here in Mesa, Arizona. Part of the USA Pickleball National Championship Series. This is a gold ticket tournament. Winners of every bracket getting their spot in the Nationals tournament. We have two players, I think, that are no strangers to anyone. J.W. Johnson taking on Zane Navratil, the number 1 and 2 seeds here in our tournament in men's pro singles. One of them gets their spot on Championship Sunday. The other will have to battle in the bronze medal match, which will take place today. Lauren McLaughlin here with Daniel Roditi. So we've obviously seen both of these gentlemen play so far today. Anything that's stood out to you that you're going to look to see as these two face off?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is, you know, they're so evenly matched, right? These are two of the top players in the world. It comes down to who's executing better on that particular day or that game, that match. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see how JW handles Navratil's serve. We saw that Navratil's serve was very effective against Joseph. I was just talking to Joseph just a few seconds ago, and him sharing just how difficult it was to kind of get any rhythm on Navratil's return. Now, I think Johnson has seen it more, right? So it's kind of to your point earlier about Joseph not playing enough tournaments, not seeing that kind of serve as often. Maybe Johnson probably has a better read on it, which I think you mentioned that during the match, that, you know, he's guys like Johnson or others that are playing Navratil more often can get a better read on the serve, which is a huge advantage to not have to face not just the serve, but then the third shot drive, right, which Navratil is so good at.
Yeah, and both of these young men, I mean, J.W. Johnson, 19 years old, Navratil, 26. So still young, nice. I think, by
Must be
most
nice.
people's standards. Yep, that another lifetime ago for both of us. But again, they both are full-time pickleball pros. So, you know, they have dedicated their day-to-day to training, working on their craft here, realizing that we mentioned before, you know, the sport is going to, the pros now have to be, you got to be all in.
Right.
Otherwise, you won't have a place in, you know, future pickleball pro level.
Right. I mean, the game has changed. The sport has changed so much. I started playing 10 years ago. There was no such thing as full-time pickleball players because we all had to work. There was no money in pickleball. Now it's transformed into a legitimate professional sport where these players, this is what they do. Some of them teach a little bit on the side, but for the most part, all they do is play and train, which you see that in the level of play, right? So then that just elevates the game, and it makes it certainly more difficult to compete. But the level of play is much higher, which is great for the viewers, and being able, and it'll just be amazing to see what happens in the next few years as it continues to grow.
All right, John Friesner is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this matchup. Johnson on the near end starts us off serving. Navratil on the far end here for game number 1. And again, the last few times they have squared off, Johnson has come out on top.
Navratil read that ball well, just not able to execute.
1-0.
Gets it, as Navratil can only watch it sail by. That's both of these guys. They have shots that all you can do is watch it go by.
Yep.
There's
ball just misses. Yep.
You just kind of have to admire the beauty as it sails by you.
Yeah.
3-0.
Navratil did not get that ball as short as he would have liked. Johnson had a very good look at it and just leaves it short on the attempted drop up the line. Oh, that return right on the line, and Navratil's cross-court pass just misses wide.
And whereas we saw Gabriel Joseph struggle with the Navratil serve in their matchup earlier, you really won't see Johnson struggle too much.
Right.
Occasionally, you know, maybe a short return, but for the most part, he's been around, he's been playing against Navratil long enough and can read it well enough that it really isn't going to give him too many issues.
Right.
Nice effort from Navratil there into the signs.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down more to Navratil's, as you said, he's probably not going to get the short returns, but what he's able to do with his third shot, if he's able to put together some passing shots.
Ooh.
That's a great lob.
I mean, that's what happens
You got a
against
smile out
J.W.
of
Johnson. That was just
it.
such a perfectly executed lob. Johnson got there and got it, but again, it kind of threw him off, put Navratil in the driver's seat, and then he just wasn't able to close because Johnson just, it doesn't matter what you throw at him. Like, he's just going to get right back in it, which can be very frustrating for whoever he's playing.
0-4.
That's beautiful. That's what we were just mentioning, right? Like, how well can he execute those third shots off of the Johnson return? And Zane can pass with the best of them.
Yeah, he is just a gorgeous two-handed backhand, cross court and down the line.
Right. Yeah, when it's down the line, he kind of drops the paddle, almost points it down, and it's just able to punch that ball. Great job anticipating, as we've been talking about a lot today, is just jumping on that ball that is in the air just a second longer than what you would like. And these guys are so quick in recognizing that and jumping on it. Oh, just misses it.
Good adjustment, though, from Navratil. Gets back within one.
4-3.
That's the second time we've seen that same ball from Navratil. Guesses right, anticipates it well, and just misses a cross-court volley. Ooh. Navratil wasn't sure if that ball stayed in, looked at Johnson.
6-3.
Johnson said, yeah, it was good. I hit it, so it's on the line. Both these guys, very, very honest players. They would say it if they knew that the ball was out. They would tell each other.
It's what's so hard, especially in singles as well, is if you have a really hard hit shot and it goes past you, you sometimes can't turn around fast enough to see where it hits.
Yeah, like you said, you don't have your partner to kind of look. Notice Johnson stands so far back from the baseline. And for the viewers maybe wondering why he would do that is, Navratil had that open court, just clips the net. So when you're trying to get the ball deep and you just don't want to miss your serve long, it's a good strategy to step back. That way you can feel a little more confident letting the ball go. Oh, great job by Navratil getting out of the way of that.
He's squirrely, that's for sure.
Yeah, if that was me, that would have been right on my chest or my throat.
3-7.
Very similar ball that we saw Navratil miss. This time by Johnson, just misses the cross-court volley, angled, put-away shot. Felt like Navratil should have gone cross-court there. Johnson was already anticipating the line shot, and Navratil didn't seem to realize that. Could have pulled that ball cross-court. Johnson was all over it.
Sounded like a little miss hit there from Navratil off the paddle. Looks like we have a timeout here called from Navratil after that miss hit there. He is trailing Johnson 4-8 right now. He's gonna take a little breather, just collect himself. Coming up next, we will have a consolation bracket matchup. Dylan Frazier takes on Gabriel Joseph. That is coming up next. That's one match to 15 as we are closing in on our final few matches of the day. We'll have our women's and men's bronze medal matches as well. Still determining in our men's bracket, of course, who is going where.
15 seconds. Time in, here we go. 8-4.
Just misses long. Oh. So exactly what we were just talking about. Johnson felt like his serve was out. Navratil did not call it.
Okay.
Navratil missed the return, but Johnson said, no, my serve was out.
Okay. I thought it looked out, and I was surprised that Navratil played it.
Oh, just misses it wide.
Ooh.
Oh, what?
I know, did you see that?
We got some emotion?
I told you, J.W. Johnson, he's coming out of his shell.
I like it, I like it.
He just was not happy with himself at the end of that.
Yeah, and you know what we just saw, because we were making the comparison to tennis, right? And I love tennis, I grew up playing tennis. But what we just saw in Johnson calling his own serve out, I know there's people that feel like the competitor in you should just be like, let the ref call it or let the opponent call it. Well played ball by Navratil. But I love that. I just love seeing that. I love playing people like that, to be honest, because it just, I don't know, I think that's great about pickleball, that you see things like that at the top of the sport. Oh, I was able to get that ball. Oh, got the hard one, missed the not easy, but certainly much easier ball.
I mean, you watch, there's such a stark difference in between just the movement of Navratil and Johnson. Johnson, very deliberate, sort of takes as many steps that's needed, but no more, where Navratil just always moving his feet, very quick, kind of moving around. And I think sometimes he's not quite settled enough when he hits certain shots because he's just moving around so much.
Oh, Navratil read it, but it clips in that. It just misses wide. Yeah, it's a little bit like when you see Ben Johnson, Tyson. It's very similar. Like JW is much more like Johns, and Navratil is much more similar to Tyson in the movement and the quickness. Johnson's much more methodical in his movement, conserves energy really, really well. Nice job by Navratil. We saw a perfect example there of why Johnson stands so far back. His serve was just inside the line. Of course, if he hits it the same way, standing directly behind the baseline, that ball's going to be out by 2 feet. So this allows him to really swing out on his serve and not really worry about hitting it long. I would have hit that 7 feet out. I would have taken a rip at that.
You have never seen an out ball you didn't love, Daniel.
Yes. Worst of all, I would have missed it.
Oh, wow.
So quick. So quick.
Yeah, Navratil kind of made a decision and committed to it. Of course, Johnson went the other way. You can see Gabriel Joseph looking on, waiting his next match. Had some net love this game so far.
Yeah, and you know, Navratil has been on the fortunate end of some of those. This time it wasn't. Kind of just clipped and
another timeout here for Navratil. His second and final, as JW Johnson will have himself a game point here coming in. Sure hoping to head to that gold medal match on Sunday in 2 games. Navratil going to do his best to not let that happen.
yeah, he just needs to, I mean, just like sounds easy, but execute his shots obviously a little bit better, but it's so tough. I mean, against Johnson, he's so tough, and it's Johnson has made so much progress in this past, year. Like,
absolutely.
I played him last summer at SoCal in June, and I mean, he's improved so much even since then.
And that will be the game for JW Johnson, who just continues to dominate at the top of the men's field in singles and doubles. We'll take a short break here at the APP Legacy Open on the USA Pickleball National Championship Series. We'll be back game number 2 right after this.
New People Pickleball.
And I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see. So I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Possibly one game remaining for J.W. Johnson to secure his spot in the gold medal match. Zane Navratil trailing by 1 game, 11-6. Game number 2 about to be underway. Navratil on the near end, J.W. Johnson on the far end. John Friesner, our USA Pickleball Certified referee, gets the gentleman back into the action. Let's see if Navratil can make sure and execute a little bit better than he did in game 1.
Time in, second game. Same serving. 0-0. Point.
Yeah, well done by Navratil. They're handling that drop. They had a lot of backspin.
1-0.
Oh, just misses. See Navratil kind of playing with different spins there on his serve, just trying to find something that gives him a little bit of an edge. Facing different ways, spinning it different ways.
Looks like Navratil was really close to the kitchen line when he took that one out of the air, but comes out on top.
Yeah, and that's what you see with all these guys. They're court aware. I mean, they obviously they don't look at their feet. They just know. They know. Ooh, just misses.
Navratil got a good little lead going here. It'll be crucial for him to get out in front and stay out in front.
Right. We lose another ball here. Yeah, maybe.
Navratil's crafty. He's probably crawling around. Oh, we got it. He got it.
3-0. Point.
All right, so we mentioned, you know, Johnson almost always can handle Navratil's serve, but you see there, he got one off of him.
Yeah.
So can still be effective, even if he gets, you know, maybe that one free point that he gets off his serve is the one that gets him the game. Ooh, some nice
Great exchange
hands
there, yeah. See the replay here.
Navratil trying to get a little tricky.
Just kind of mishits that volley. Yeah, we're seeing Navratil again. Just, you know, he's not a one-trick pony. He's got a lot of different kind of setups. That's great. Very similar exchange. Wins that one again. He's got a lot of different setups with his serve, so he can try different things, different spins.
And we have a timeout here from J.W. Johnson as he finds himself in a precarious position, down 6-0 here in the second game as Navratil's trying to force a third game. And I think watching those two hands battle exchanges the last two rallies, I think just highlights how important it is at this level. There's no gimmies, there's no winners. Right. You have to expect that it's coming back. You have to stay engaged until it is absolutely done.
Yeah, yeah, it's the, you know, similar to what we see in doubles, right? When we get those sort of speed ups, and it's not the initial speed up usually that wins the point, is the counter and the counter to the counter, right? Being ready when you make your first speed up, being ready and anticipating where the ball may be coming back so that you can try to attack the second ball. Sometimes you don't get the winner on the first, you try to get on the second or third, and you know, we've seen that here with these guys are so fast. And that's true whether it's at the kitchen line on a quick exchange or when you're moving somebody side to side, as we mentioned, between Navratil and Joseph. You have to hit several winners in a sense to win the point.
And he's going to get another free point right there.
And you know, most people know Navratil now with, you know, since the spin serve, and certainly when he was able to do the just misses the chainsaw serve that he was so effective with. But Zane, even without a spin serve, has a very good serve because he just swings so hard. You can see his feet coming off the ground.
Yeah, he really puts like his whole body into it.
He does. And so even, certainly this spin serve helps him, but even without it, he's got a very, very good serve. That's a great angle, controlled short angle ball right there. We see it in the replay. Great job by Navratil.
Zero.
Is there a drum line going on?
I have no idea what that is. Oh my goodness, what a spot there from Johnson. Navratil gets a paddle on it, but certainly not a good one.
0-8.
Johnson has yet to put a point on the board. Very rare for him.
Oh, just a great ball behind Navratil. Navratil anticipating the ball to his backhand side. Johnson, great job just redirecting that ball.
That's what Johnson wanted. He wanted it. He can see that amazing sort of backhand flick that he's got with his wrist. So much power on it, and he just gets on top of it too much.
Right.
9-0.
And again, it's a little bit of what we've been talking about, right? So because the way Navratil's playing now, it puts more pressure on Johnson to try to be more perfect with those shots.
I mean, Navratil is feeling it this game.
Yeah,
he
he's
is
dialed
playing
in
so confidently. He's executing exactly how he wants to. He's getting the shots he wants, coming out on top of those hands battles.
9-0.
Oh, another let ball there. This time goes on Navratil's favor there. Sails wide.
And there, I mean, even in the midst of this, joking around, having a good time, Navratil with a game point here. And he has
it's gone.
Gotten a pickle here on J.W. Johnson in game number 2. Very unexpected. Not that he comes out on top, but that Johnson didn't even put a single point on the board. We haven't seen that in quite a while.
Yeah.
So we'll have a short break here in game number 3 indeed coming up. Johnson, I imagine, will be taking it to another level in game 3. Can Navratil maintain? We'll find out right after this. I think to say game 2 was a bit of a surprise would be in line with what everyone was feeling after Navertil takes J.W. Johnson down 11-0, forcing this third game here in our men's winter bracket final. I have to imagine Johnson not super happy about that outcome. He's on the near end here to start game 3. Navertil on the far end. That one sails just long after hitting the net. We'll switch ends at 6. One of these men head to our gold medal match on Championship Sunday. One heads to bronze.
Oh, it's a great ball by Johnson there.
Coming up next, we have our final feeder match. Gabriel Joseph takes on Dylan Frazier to secure their spot in the bronze medal match, where they will take on the loser of this match.
Navertil a little late on that volley. I don't know if he thought about maybe letting it go, decided to hit it, and it was just too late. Pulled it wide. Wow.
Stop it.
Navertil yells, "Stop it." I don't know if he's telling himself to stop going to Johnson's forehand.
I'm pretty sure that
Pretty
was
deadly.
that was the sentiment.
Pretty deadly.
3-0.
Just misses.
Sign out. Zero, 3.
Again, Navertil always looking to take those balls out of the air to just cut down on any time Johnson has to set up for the next one. That one a little ambitious.
Yeah, a lot tougher from back there.
Oh, I thought that was long.
That ball was long, but Johnson played it, but then Navertil missed it wide.
Yeah, I think he knew it was long.
Mm-hmm.
4-0.
That's out. So kind of a similar shot there, right? Johnson, we might have lost that one. Johnson takes that ball out of the air, but in Johnson's case, that ball was much higher, whereas Navertil was trying to take it out of the air, but was basically trying to take it off his shoestrings.
And again, we were just talking about in between the second and third game here, that second game 11-0, and now J.W. Johnson up 5-0. Every game is brand new.
Right.
One game does not determine the next in any way, shape, or form, it seems like.
We were talking in the break that, not that I expected J.W. Johnson to win 11-0, but I said just as easily he could win 11-0 in the third. He might not, but it's just every game has its own, even within the game, there's a rhythm and momentum, and there's runs, and just everything is so different. And he obviously did a great job of putting that second game behind him and focusing on the next one.
And Navertil did take a timeout.
Time in, here we go. 5-0.
And he's just gonna miss that. Johnson's looking for that 6th point. Get himself that end change and try and seal the deal into that gold medal match. I knew he was gonna go right at him. I was like, it's really the safest bet when you're facing J.W. Johnson. I was like, go right at the body.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, right? That in singles you're expecting the angles and the sides, and sometimes the best ball is right at him. Oh, almost gets it. Oh, gets his foot stuck on the fence.
He's okay.
He's all right.
Okay.
He's flexible.
I know, he stepped right on that stand.
I would have been on a stretcher, but, well, then again, I wouldn't have even gotten there. So
Yeah, you would have been on the ground rolling into the sides.
Not even close to getting the ball.
5-1. Side out.
Yeah, but just that shot from Johnson that forced Navratil to do that was just so good.
He's so good at flicking his wrist on those volleys, and we see the same with his sister, you know, Georgia Johnson. Clearly, she's been imitating that. There it is, the flick. It wasn't as effective, left it too high right at him, but.
Yeah, Navratil just too quick. Got a paddle on it, was able to get that down.
Yeah, and Johnson, it looked like Johnson was trying to create a little bit of angle. He just could not get around the ball as well. Left it in the middle too much. Oh, it's a great serve.
Point.
There's a big eye roll there by Johnson. It's the equivalent of someone like cussing. If he does like a big eye roll, you know, that's like. Great read by Navratil, anticipating that Ernie right there.
That was beautiful.
Just reads it so well. And it's not only reading that he could do the Ernie, but then having to place it in the perfect spot. Oh, Johnson has missed two forehand volleys right there that you could tell. He's jumping on them. He anticipates well. He's there. Almost gets a little too excited. Oh, that's a great job by Johnson there.
And he's going to call a timeout here. An offensive timeout. He gets the serve back after this really nice exchange. Good hands on both sides, but obviously Johnson comes out and immediately the timeout, which is interesting. I wonder, what do you think his thought process was in this timeout?
You know, he's kind of been hanging there at 5, right? I mean, he was up 5-0, I believe, and Navratil went on a run. There were some side outs in between, but he hasn't been able to get to that 6 to get that change of sides. And it's maybe similar to what we talked about earlier, right? That we saw this a couple months ago here at the Mesa Open, people using more offensive timeouts when maybe they had a game point or a match point. In this case, it's not a match point, but he's trying to generate some momentum, maybe just give himself a little more time to think through his plan of what he's going to do here on his serve, trying to get to that 6 point and get that side change.
You know, some visible frustration out of Johnson for what he does. You know, he's definitely been unhappy with himself on some things, so I appreciate it. Sometimes, especially in singles, he's a little hesitant to call timeouts. And I think especially an offensive timeout, I like to see it.
Well, that's a good timeout right there,
I mean,
clearly.
sometimes that's all you need is just a little reset. You know, sometimes turn it off and turn it back on, Dan. It's the simplest solution sometimes. And he got his 6th point. Serve return long, and he will head to the far end. But again, Navratil's only trailing by 2 here. Certainly still in this. Johnson has yet to really get anything rolling. He obviously finally broke off of 5, but Navratil's been really keeping up with him, keeping the pressure on.
Yep, and now Navratil's back on the side where he won 11-0, right? He was on this side, I believe. I don't know if that plays, but when you're playing, you're looking for anything, right? Like I was on this side when I won 11-0. There's a little bit of confidence that comes with that. And we'll see. We'll see what happens here.
All right, Johnson will continue serving on the far end now. Navratil on the near end, but a quick side out. Yeah, let's see if Navratil still has some leftover magic from this end.
Ooh, that was oh my gosh, so much spin on that ball.
Wow. Good exchange.
So I don't know if the viewers could see that, but that toss by Navratil was about 4 feet into the court, and he just jumped into it.
Sometimes it gets away from him a little bit.
Yeah. But again, it's legal as long as your foot's not touching.
6-4. Side out. 4-6.
Navratil moved into that ball, tried to short hop it to cut down on the time that Johnson had to get to the net, but he just couldn't do enough with it, just left it too high.
6-4.
Ooh, that looked really close.
Yeah, and we're on the wrong side
Yep,
of that
exactly.
angle, right? It's hard for us to see that.
But again, both of these guys really good about line calls, and they know the other is.
Right,
so,
exactly.
So they're not really gonna
put
up too much of a fight. Navratil just cranking it up a notch each time he's got to hit that overhead.
Well, they've been stuck here at 4-6 right now. The Navratil serving. Oh.
So trading side outs at this point here. Some good exchanges, but neither of them have been on their serve. So still scoreless after the end change. Until now.
7-4.
I've seen Navratil come out on top of the majority of those quick exchanges.
4-7.
Great ball. That ball was just dipping so hard. Makes for such a tough volley. Johnson knows if he hangs that ball at all, Navratil's going to close in and take it out of the air.
5-7.
Wow. Rafa asked Johnson what the call was. He said it was good.
6-7.
Navratil's looking to tie it up here in this third game.
Oh, behind the back.
Yeah, right at the body again. Not a lot of options for Navratil.
7-6.
Oh, a little, yeah, that kind of like stuck to JW's paddle.
That's a great lob there by Navratil over the left shoulder, which is, if you're going to lob, you want to do it over
6-7.
left shoulder if it's a righty. Again,
Another hands battle. Navratil is coming out on top of.
Right, and Johnson, you know, of course, he's so quick. I mean, usually that's not a big problem for him. He's kind of come on the wrong end of a few of those. Wow.
All right, Navratil wants this. We've mentioned, and I know he hates that I mention it, but again, J.W. Johnson has kind of rolled over him the last few times that they've matched up, and I think Navratil, you know, he really wants to prove that he can hang with J.W. Johnson, and he's doing just that in this match, and I think that certainly has to be, you know, a factor in the back of his mind.
Yeah, it's similar, you know, what we saw a couple months ago, right, when Sincola was taking on Navratil here in the finals. Sincola had never been able to beat Navratil in a tournament. Certainly he had done it in practice. They practiced together quite a bit. But he had that breakthrough match, right? And the gold medal, you know, that's kind of what, to your point, that's kind of what Navratil's kind of looking for, kind of a breakthrough here with Johnson. Because a lot of times when you're playing someone that has beaten you, whether it's always beaten you or at least beaten you the last several times, it becomes very mental of just being able to break through and just have the confidence that you can come out on top against that opponent.
Yeah, and again, it's not done yet. Someone's got to get to that final point, and until then, no one is safe on this court right now. Navratil, again, he's got to just keep the foot on the gas here.
Great reset. Yeah, well played by Navratil. He did such a great job. That
one right there was so good.
And just Johnson just leaves it over the middle. I don't know if he just hesitated, thought about pushing it up the line, changed his mind, wanted to go cross court. Instead, he just left it in the middle.
And short return. And he gets it.
In?
It did. I think it was in.
Let me see. Here was the replay. I mean, he called it in for sure. Johnson did.
Yeah, got that short return. Yeah, caught the outside, or at least Johnson gives it to him.
Yep.
Match point here for Navratil. Secures place in the gold medal match. Oh. I was just glad it didn't happen on a net cord.
Oh.
All right, so he has a very small cushion.
That's a great move by Navratil. I mean, you know, that's so, that ball's coming back at you so quickly. And when you're thinking about just getting a paddle on the ball, the ability to just get out of the way.
All right, Navratil.
Wow.
Showing the world he can get it done still against J.W. Johnson, who again played amazingly. He heads to the bronze medal match. Very possible these two face off once again in that gold medal match on Sunday, but Navratil has secured his spot. Johnson will take on the winner of Dylan Frazier versus Gabriel Joseph. That is coming up next. We head on court to talk to Mr. Navratil before he is done for the day, and then we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. More pickleball action here still to come at the APP Legacy Open.
New People Pickleball.
Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Do you know why I play with this paddle? Because I win.
You know why I like this paddle? Because I win with it.
Everyone, Lauren McLaughlin here with Zane Navratil as he is headed to the gold medal match. First of all, how do you feel about your competition that's on the court right now? Clearly the future of pickleball. You're probably going to be taking them on in about, what, 14 years maybe?
They keep getting younger and younger.
They really do. But, okay, you had to take on J.W. Johnson. He has had your number the last couple times. That has to be weighing on you a little bit as you're facing off. How good did this victory feel?
Yeah, it felt good to get back and beat J-Dub. We've had a very interesting kind of dynamic. I think I went the first 10, 12 times without losing to JW, and then he's probably beaten me the last, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 times. And so it's nice to get back on top. It's been an interesting year for me. When we started the new APP Academy, I was really stoked about that, and there's a lot of upfront work, and I feel like in these last couple of weeks since the last tournament, I've been able to really focus on my training and whatnot, and my staff and the APP are doing a great job with APP Academy, so it allows me to focus a little bit more on training. And I went and played badminton the other night. I'm doing all types of stuff, so I finally got a little bit more time, and it feels good. I feel good physically, and I feel a little bit feeling good practice here.
All right, I appreciate the cross training with the badminton. Oh, yeah. Hi. He is fierce competition. I can feel it already. So you're obviously done for the day. You're headed to the gold medal match on Sunday. Don't know who you're playing yet. What's your focus going to be for that match on Sunday?
We'll wait until I know who I'm playing against that one. Play well, get rested, recover a little bit, use my Theragun, use my Therabody boots. I love those things. So, yeah, just kick some butt before that, too. I'm looking forward to doubles with the Mumbai Monster Althoff and the Net Lord Susanna Barr. So, yeah, got a couple of good days before Sunday. But
all right, well, in determining who you're going to play, we have our final feeder bracket match coming up. Dylan Frazier takes on Gabriel Joseph. That's coming up next. Do you need to sign something? Okay, we'll be back. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
All right, one match remains to see which of these gentlemen is getting into the bronze medal match. We know they will be taking on J.W. Johnson, who just lost to Zane Navertil in a thrilling 3-game match in the winter bracket final. So Dylan Frazier, the 6th seed, taking on Gabriel Joseph, the 5 seed here. 1 match to 15. They'll switch ends at 8. Again, we talked before when we got to see Joseph. Doesn't play as often. A little less tournament reps under his belt than some of these other players, but again, he's got the talent, he's got the skills, and sometimes it's just a matter of if it all comes together for him.
Right. Right. Yeah. I mean, it's again, we talked about this, the lack of just opportunities to practice, to train with this level of players. You know, back home, he gets to train a little bit with Matt Chow when Matt was playing a little more. Right now, Matt's not playing as much, but there's just not a lot of, it's hard to find training partners for singles. I know that from personal experience. It's just not, one, there's not as many people that want to play singles, and 2, it's certainly hard to find them at that level of play, right? You're talking about, he's one of the best players in the world, so when everybody's spread out, you're just not going to have the level of training opportunities that you would if you were traveling and playing all these tournaments, which, as we mentioned, he's not doing as much.
And of course, Dylan Frazier, while he is a student currently at the University of Missouri studying accounting, he is going to classes, you know, about half of the week every week, and then, you know, kind of in and out to these pickleball tournaments in the meantime. So he certainly has a very packed schedule as well, but he's kind of making it all work. But again, just you're seeing him in a lot more tournaments, so he does get those reps a little bit more. I'm not sure if these two have faced each other, and if they have, I think it's probably very minimally.
Yeah, I was talking to Gabe Joseph right before the match. Was just chatting with him a little bit about his game plan, and he did play Dylan Frazier here.
Last time in Mesa?
Last time he came out on top 15-8, I believe.
Okay.
And so he knows what he's got to do. But then again, like you said, it's just a matter of, you know, it's one thing to know your game plan, it's another thing to actually execute it. So.
And again, Frazier has, you know, an unusual style, can be very deceptive.
Right, Dylan wasn't playing really a whole lot of singles until fairly recently, I believe. I mean, he was mainly playing doubles.
Yeah, really like middle of last year, he kind of started to get into the singles game.
Right, he gave singles a shot, and typically singles is viewed more like as former tennis players. That's kind of their. Yeah, that's a great setup there by Joseph with the cross-court backhand. But, you know, singles is viewed more like, well, if you're a tennis player, great. Singles is going to come naturally.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if that made him hesitate a little bit, but he's done great. I mean, he's playing really, really well. That ball was very close. Joseph gives it a look. Gabe Joseph is just certainly when we've played each other, I mean, notorious for making bad calls against himself, meaning balls that are out, he won't call them. Extremely fair player. That's a great, well-placed ball there.
And we have a Kyle Yates sighting.
Yeah, said hi to him a little bit earlier.
Just came in, he's got some food, got his shades on, looks like he's going a little undercover. Again, he stares down that ball. Again, decides it's in, plays it.
Yep.
But took his time, hit the shot he wanted to, and
ooh. Great shot.
Yes, we would be remiss. Got to meet in person David Jones. He is a big supporter, a big fan of watching all of our streams online, comments a lot. Has very nice things to say. He brought the whole crew, Boxcar Production, and us here in the booth some In and Out for lunch. So a big thank you to him. Love when we can meet people in person that we only get to kind of know online.
Right.
Always love seeing people at tournaments and always appreciate the love. So a big thank you to him.
Yeah, for the viewers, you know, this is a great way. It's kind of like free coaching by watching these live stream tournaments. You get to see the best in the world. Oh, that ball drops in. You get to see the best in the world, and you get to see their strategies, and you get to hear the commentators, right, make points about what's happening. And so it's a great way to really learn, especially if you're new to pickleball or you're just trying to improve your level. This is super helpful.
Yeah, we talked before, obviously Joseph, a very emotional player. Oh, there's Kyle Yates over on the right, eating his food. Had a lot of people here watching today. Really good crowd, but as an emotional player, you know, kind of rides those highs and lows.
Right.
So even though he's out in front, he's been playing really well. He missed one shot a couple rallies ago, and he instantly was like really hard on himself.
Right.
And it's like, just kind of let it roll off. I'd obviously, you know, it's harder said than done for someone of his personality, but.
Yeah, to some extent, it's hard to like argue against it because it has worked well for him. But there are times that he just, you know, just allows it to kind of get too far away from him and just a sort of the negative self-talk. You know, he's one of those guys that talks to himself quite a bit, and more often than not tends to be more on the negative side. But when he's on a high, then it's great. He can ride that wave as well, right? So it's kind of live by the sword, die by the sword.
And Frazier struggling a little here.
Yeah, that drop by Frazier with Joseph, it better be a great drop because he's going to get to it. But I think Frazier may be more comfortable in a cat and mouse against Joseph. Joseph, again, we talked about earlier, he likes to be in the back just swinging away.
Yep.
And so that may be Frazier's strategy. Oh, he just misses that serve. But he's trying to put that serve deep, which we mentioned it earlier. He was leaving him kind of short. Same with Joseph. I talked to him a little bit. That's out. And I talked to him a little bit during just in between matches. Asked him why he wasn't swinging away on his serves, and he said he was going to try to do that more in this game. There's a missed return right there, and that's why you do it. You just you put pressure.
3 points there. So Frazier definitely struggling a little here, obviously frustrated, but Joseph pulls out in front, gets the 8th point.
Yep.
We have an end change here in this match to 15, so Gabriel Joseph will conclude this match on the near end, Dylan Frazier on the far end. And Frazier getting a little chatting too over there from, I believe, his dad. And again, Frazier just, you know, sort of an unorthodox player. Doesn't come from a racket background.
Right.
Which can make him hard to play because, again, he has just those barely any backswing.
Right.
The wrist flicks
Hard
that he has.
Yeah,
like very deceptive. So far, Joseph is handling it, though. I think it will be critical for him to stay out in front and continue to put points on the board because as someone who as we talked about, can get down on himself when things don't go his way. If that starts to happen, that could be a snowball effect for Frazier.
That serve was a little
Get in
deep.
there.
Frazier did not call it, but it worked out in his favor in the end.
I thought that as well.
Yeah, yeah. But I like what Joseph's doing, staying aggressive with that serve. Gabe Joseph's going to be trying to attack that backhand. We talked a little bit before the match. As we said,
Joseph almost laid out for that ball.
Yeah, most people, that ball is going to go right by them, but Joseph's so fast.
Wow.
And as we talked about earlier, Frazier's been working on the two-handed backhand pass, but it's just, at least from what it seems like, it's just not quite comfortable with it yet.
Yeah.
So he's just kind of dropping the one-handed backhand, which when you're playing that, you want to go after that side, like that right there. Yeah, great job by Joseph reading that and jumping on the Ernie.
He's doing a good job controlling that kitchen line.
Yep.
As we meant, Frazier likes that cat and mouse. He wants to get up there and get into that, and
right.
I think Joseph knows that, and he's not allowing him to do that.
Exactly.
If at all possible.
Exactly. Yeah, you know, I think probably Joseph would agree with this as well. Frazier, a better doubles player than singles, but also better doubles player maybe than Joseph, just because of the experience he has.
Absolutely.
And so he's very comfortable at the kitchen line. It's a beautiful backhand. That's a classic Joseph backhand right there, just letting go of those hands and almost slapping the ball. You see the paddle just sort of slaps forward and generates so much pace, so much paddle speed.
All right, we have a timeout here from Frazier. Definitely needed, I think. Obviously, Joseph has gotten a lot of momentum here. Things are going his way. If you're Frazier, what needs to happen here during this timeout to turn this around?
Well, I think, obviously right now he's returning, right? So he needs that side out. That goes without saying. But once he gets that side out, he's got to get aggressive with his serve. He's tried to hit some deeper serves, but he needs to be really aggressive, knowing Joseph's going to come in and maybe just try to drop and come in, try to get into that cat and mouse. Exchanging shots from the baseline is not going to be to his advantage, right? So he's got to find a way to get to the kitchen where he's comfortable. He's got great dinks, great misdirects. We'll see if he's able to do that. First, he's got to get side out. He's got the side out.
Yeah. First things first.
Yep, let's see what he does here with his serve. And as Joseph comes in, let's see if Frazier tries to, there he goes, tries to get in there. Yep, just didn't do enough with it.
He held that till the very last minute, trying to not let Frazier have any opportunity to guess where he was going.
Right, Frazier thought Joseph was probably going to push the ball up the line. Was able to go cross court. Just misses. And part of it is Frazier's drop was just not quite good enough. It was kind of high, so it bounced high, allowed Joseph to really swing out on that ball versus dropping it nice and low where Joseph is forced to dink the ball.
Oh, wow.
As he's so quick at the net. I mean, sometimes you think you have him passed, you're already almost walking back to serve, and turns out he got the ball.
I mean, just watching Joseph tears all of the muscles in my legs to shreds.
Yeah.
Like.
I think I pulled a groin watching him
like,
just now. Like.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a great ball by by Frazier. Instead of cutting it into a drop, he actually kind of did a little bit of a backhand roll, which he doesn't do with one hand as much, but he was able to get around that ball and was able to pull it. And obviously the advantage of that roll is that the ball is dipping down as it goes, you know, near the kitchen line. It makes it a lot tougher to get to.
Again, Frazier almost stepped into the court before he hit that ball.
I love it. It's like walking. He's like walking on air right as he hits that ball. But again, totally legal.
All right, so Joseph gets the ball back and the offensive timeout here that we've seen. And perhaps, I will speculate, I think he's getting near the end.
Right.
You can kind of sense it within his grasp.
Yeah.
And I think this is a crucial point where it's a good offensive timeout to just kind of reset in your mind what your game plan is to get this done.
Right. Yeah, he's very comfortable right now, and you can always tell, right, with Joseph. His body language says a lot, and he's very comfortable. He feels very confident right now with the lead. He knows if he can string together even just a couple points on this service turn. I mean, he could just go 4 in a row, but even if he gets a couple and just gets to 13, right, and just applies even more pressure, it leaves very little margin for error for Frazier to try to, you know, make some kind of comeback. Just out, yep.
I mean, he is literally sliding into the splits and still is able to hit a really nice two-handed backhand.
Right.
Like, what is that?
Right. There it is. He's got 13. Now he's just certainly looking to close it out. Well, bad luck there with the lead court. Yeah, tall task here for Frazier. Certainly not impossible, but it's just really tough to come back from that deficit.
Yeah, I think his key to success here is going to be he's just got to get a couple here. Oof, that's rough. You can't miss your serve in singles to try and get any momentum going, because I think if he was able to get a couple points, frustrate Joseph, kind of throw him off, get him a little more emotional,
right,
that gives him a better window. But again, you just got to get the serves in.
I mean, pretty much, if you're Frazier and you make that drop, you pretty much know if you go to Joseph's backhand, he's going to roll it cross court. That's his favorite shot. Even in doubles, he likes to roll that ball cross court.
Ooh, just got a little, little too aggressive.
A little wild
on that
there,
one.
but yeah. So if he drops that ball to Joseph's backhand, he needs to make Joseph push that ball up the line, because he loves that cross court ball. Nice ball.
Again, saw that earlier, holds it to the very last second.
Exactly right.
Doesn't let Frazier set, or waits to see where Frazier is going before he commits to that.
Yeah, and you almost just have to commit to the cross court and let Joseph hit his kind of less favored.
Oh, wants it right now.
Oh, just missed it.
He misses it.
Yep, he missed it, pulled it wide.
Really good exchange here, though. Yeah, well wide.
Yeah, that was well wide. I think he was covered by Frazier, so he couldn't see the ball bounce.
Come on!
Yeah, well played.
So second match point here for Joseph to have fought his way through the backdraw back into the bronze medal match.
I want to see a big serve. He's got a big lead, no reason to hold back.
And he
gets
it.
He does. He puts that ball right on that center line near the back. Great job by Joseph.
So he heads to face J.W. Johnson in the bronze medal match. I believe we will have our women's bronze medal match first, though, so stay tuned. We head on court as we talk to Joseph and his run through the back draw. We'll be back with some more pickleball action before we conclude our day here at the APP Legacy Open. Don't go anywhere.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
New People Pickleball.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this. Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
This paddle is the answer.
A Ben Johns custom paddle by Franklin? For me?
Yeah, let's crush it.
Good game.
Good game.
Thank you, Ben Johns.
Way to go, Lala.
so ready for Next Gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about Next Gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for Next Gen.
Welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin here with Gabriel Joseph, who has fought his way through the back draw. He's into the bronze medal match to take on J.W. Johnson. Obviously, I'm sure you would have liked the easy route through the upper half, but you drop into the back draw. How does your mentality change then, knowing you now have to fight your way back through the back draw?
Well, if anybody knows me, I like going the hard way. So, you know, like at the end of the day, like it's just a game, and I'm out here. Life is good, so you know, it's just play every point. There's a lot of game to be played, and you know, you just got to fight and go through it. You know, that's life, right? Ups and downs.
So obviously, you faced Dylan Frazier in your last tournament appearance, which was here in Mesa as well. Were able to come out on top. Now you go to face J.W. Johnson in the bronze medal match. Any thoughts on how you're going to try and get into that gold medal match?
Ugh, I'm sick of that, dude. Hey, kudos to him. He's playing unreal ball, and I even told him before we got out here, I was like, dude, I'm happy for all your success. Like, he's playing unreal. He's putting in the hard yards, unlike me. But, you know, just looking forward to a good battle, and like I said, at the end of the day, like, it's just a game. You know what I mean? So go out there, have fun, put on a little show, have the haters chime in, you know, so.
Got to give them something to talk about it. I love it. So congrats. We'll see you in that bronze medal. We have our women's bronze medal coming up first, though, so don't go anywhere. More pickleball still to come right after this.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
final women's match of the day about to be underway here on championship court at the APP Legacy Open, a USA Pickleball National Championship Series tournament. Number 1 seeded Georgia Johnson taking on the number 3 seed Yushen Shea.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I knew I was going to, it had been too long since we were saying it before. I was like, I'm going to get it wrong.
I'm sure I got it wrong too, but.
Oh, all right. Again, this will be a very interesting matchup. I'm interested to see your thoughts, Daniel Roditti, who has joined me in the booth all day today for your fabulous insight. Obviously, Georgia Johnson knows and breathes pickleball, while Shea, a professional tennis player, very new on the pickleball scene. What do you think the dynamics are going to look like here in this match?
Yeah, you know, they both lost to Davidse, sorry. And both had very close matches. I think we talked a lot about this with Shea. Would like to see her apply a little more pressure, which she did right there. She lost that point. It's interesting on her backhand side on the volleys. She switches hands a lot. And I don't know if that's just more, she's just uncomfortable and just goes to the left hand, because it doesn't seem like it's a weapon for her right now. It's just still, like we talked about, still adjusting to the pickleball game. One of the things that I'd like to see her do is certainly be more aggressive when she has the opportunity to come in. And also, I mean, we see what a weapon Johnson's serve is. I'd like to see Shea, even though she doesn't have the spin serve, go for a little bit more on the serve, because you know Johnson's going to come in. So put a little more depth on it, but she's not quite hitting it. You know, she's just probably not that comfortable yet. Ooh. Wow, what a great shot. That's amazing.
Nice spot. Yeah,
great
I think
ball.
Anyone kind of looking at this matchup, I think has to assume, obviously, Georgia Johnson is the favorite going into this matchup. She's got, you know, it's been around the scene, medals often in women's singles, one of the top players. So it will be interesting to see how Shea kind of adjusts to that, or how she strategizes against, you know, the big, heavy shots from Georgia Johnson.
Right. Yeah, we still see it's obvious with Shea. She's still kind of experimenting, right? She's just trying different shots. She'll slice a forehand all of a sudden, stay back. It's like she's very much so still learning as she's playing, right? Whereas, you know, Georgia obviously still improving, but she knows what her plan is. She knows what she wants to do, whereas Shea's still trying to figure it out. What works, what doesn't work. As she continues to play, really in a matter of weeks and months, I bet we will see a different player.
Absolutely.
In Shea as she gains more experience.
Right now, Johnson out front 5-0 here in game 1 of this bronze medal match.
For example, those
tough.
2 lobs right there, to me, that just says, I'm not really sure what to do right now. I'm just going to try different things, which is okay. Sometimes you got to try different things to figure it out. Right. Great
Nice
return. Nice.
Yeah. That was very nice.
We know she likes that short angle forehand volley. We'll see if she has opportunities to use it. It's just a great return. Those are the same balls that Johnson was missing against Davidse. She's now, you know, making those balls, getting a little more margin on that net.
Yeah, so we have a timeout here called by Shea. And definitely, I think we saw this when she played Davidse. You know, it took her a while to kind of adjust to her opponent. She obviously is facing some of these women for the first time, maybe, as she's been, you know, not around the scene very long, hasn't played too many tournaments.
Right.
So I think this first game is definitely going to be the learning game for her, and then game 2 is going to be where we will hopefully see her be able to make those adjustments based on all the information she got from this game.
Right, absolutely. We saw that in the previous match, and we anticipate we're going to see that here. Again, her tennis experience helps, certainly, of not feeling too overwhelmed by being down. As we talked about in the previous match when she was playing on center court, she's very relaxed. This is not the same kind of pressure that you feel in maybe the pro tennis tour. And so that's going to be to her advantage as she makes adjustments and doesn't, you know, allow the pressure to really be a factor.
Yeah,
it's still something she's enjoying and learning.
Nice spot there.
It's a great ball. So
Johnson
the
a
rare
little bit
slice
in between.
attack. Yeah.
Ooh, almost took out the ref off the side of her paddle.
The ball's gone.
Oh, there's that one hand.
Yeah, that left hand.
Switches the paddle.
Yeah. It's rare to see that from tennis players because they're so comfortable hitting backhands, right? And so I'm not sure what led to that, but it's certainly not wrong. If someone, you know, I get asked that question quite a bit by my students. Is it okay to switch hands? And I just tell them if it comes natural and it works, do it. Some great players like Wes Gabrielson does that quite a bit. Susanna Barr does that. Enrique Ruiz, who used to be the number one pickleball player, did it quite a bit. So if it comes natural and you're effective with it, do it. Absolutely.
So Shea doing a little bit better job here. She has made some adjustments coming out of that timeout she took earlier. Gotten on the board here.
Yeah, she tries kind of that. It was almost like a forehand slice, which that's a tennis shot. You can kind of get away when you're sort of in trouble. You can cut that ball short. It just doesn't quite work in pickleball. There's no strings to grab that ball.
Yeah, and there again, the hand switch with the paddle. She goes for that left hand. That didn't work out quite as well that time.
Right.
It'll be interesting to see as her game evolves if she will maybe just try for the two-handed backhand instead.
Right. The gap a little bit. Yeah, great return by Johnson. Set up the whole point, opened up the court, led to kind of a weaker third shot. Oh, she goes for a little slice, a little different, a little change up on the serve.
Yeah, I think you see that mostly on the pro level, and you can corroborate this. A lot of the pros, you'll see different serves out of them, where a lot of amateur lower level players, they have one serve.
Right.
It's how they serve. That is how they serve every time. There's no real mixing it up. But you see on the pro level, they often pull out several different serves to try to just mix it up.
Yeah, trying to mix it up, trying to get an edge. You know, there's so much to rhythm, right? So if you get kind of in a rhythm returning, and that's what Joseph was commenting on against Navratil, he just could not get any rhythm on the serve because the serve was so different every time. You know, it would bounce in different directions, Navratil trying different spins. So the same thing, even if you're not using an actual spin with your toss hand, you can spin the ball by the way you strike the ball, right?
Sure.
You can cut it, make it spin out if you're right-handed, make it spin out to the backhand. You can put top spin, you can hit it flat. So there's
we
certainly
see some
there's variations.
a lob serve people will throw out there.
Absolutely, and that can be very effective, especially if someone likes to hit the ball hard. A kind of a high loopy serve can be effective.
This is a game point for Georgia Johnson. Ooh.
Oh, that was just a backhand flick, and Shea has a smile and claps for Johnson.
So Johnson takes game 1, 11-5 here in our bronze medal match. Final match of the day here in our women's division. Salome Davidse already in the gold medal match. One of these ladies will be joining her on Sunday. We'll take a short break, back to the action in game number 2 right after this.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Back into the action here in our final women's match of the day here in women's pro singles. We have our bronze medal match happening right now. One of these women will be our bronze medalist at the end of this, and the other is heading for a rematch with Salome Davidse in the gold medal match on Championship Sunday. Georgia Johnson on the far end, taking on Yushen Shea on the near end. Here for game number 2, Johnson coming out on top 11-5. In game 1. Again, Shea, I'm sure, pretty new to everyone at home. She's just recently kind of come on to the pro scene. Oh, I thought that ball was long on that side.
Yeah, and I think Johnson was sort of thinking the same thing. And again, when you're behind that line, it's just so tough to see it. Every ball looks like it's over the line, even if it just missed. And so it's hard to make that call. And like you pointed out, in singles, you don't have your partner to help you to make that call. There's that
there
point
it
cross
is.
court. Now, what Johnson needs to start doing, as Davidse did, you start moving in, because she hasn't hit anything different than that short angle ball, which has worked. But then Johnson needs to realize that, oh, that was out, and she didn't see it. She didn't see it land.
Oh,
that's interesting,
did
because
Shea
Johnson
call it
did. Yeah, she might have.
Yeah, she might have said no, it was out.
The ball was well out, but Johnson did not make the call.
Okay, so
yeah,
the call is in simply because nobody saw it.
Yeah, Johnson did not see it. The ball was probably 6 inches out, but Shea might not have seen it either. So, and let's be honest, when you're down 11-5,
I mean, And again, I mean, Johnson might have been blocking.
Yeah. She might not have seen it. Right. She might not have seen it and gotten a clear look. Just misses. There's a little cut serve again. Oh, we see something different there from Shea. The ball was a little higher though, so you're able to kind of punch it a little more. You saw Georgia Johnson sort of cheating right, thinking it, maybe anticipating that drop, and Shea did not do it. That's a great. She loves
that.
She loves
kind
that.
of over the shoulder.
Right. Uses that left hand to come over the top of the ball.
Yeah, gets such a great angle on that.
Yeah, and so we've talked about earlier, we talked about kind of go-to shots. For Shea right now, that short angle forehand is a go-to shot, but she needs to develop something other than that so that players don't start just anticipating and reading it.
No.
Just misses wide. No argument from Johnson. She saw it out as well. Yeah, big smack flick of the wrist there by Johnson.
Went in the basket of balls.
Yep.
She got the right one. I was interested. I thought Shea could have got a paddle on that. She was right there, and then she kind of just pulled back, but.
Yeah, again, we mentioned this before. She was kind of maybe leaning left, and then it's just not much you can do, even if it doesn't seem like it's that far from you. It's you're leaning in the other direction. Just misses wide. Yeah, I love that we get to see all the singles play today. I know for a lot of the viewers, they don't have a lot of experience in singles. A lot of times in rec, there's just not a lot of singles being played. It's mostly doubles, but you know, I hope the viewers appreciate just the level of athleticism, shot selection, shot making that is required in singles.
And just the fitness level.
Oh, absolutely. As one who's almost near death on the court almost every time I play, I can attest to that.
You gotta have that ambulance on standby every time you go out in the singles court.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's kind of opposite of tennis. In tennis, sort of singles gets all the
glory.
Yeah, and just doubles doesn't get put on TV very much, and doubles is really fun in tennis. And the opposite is true in pickleball.
Yep.
Mostly what you see is doubles, and so singles doesn't get. So I love the fact that, you know, today is all singles. People can really appreciate the level of play there. We see just a beautiful shot right there, a little backhand roll. And the fact that it's all played, just like in doubles, it's all played in one day. And it's so grueling on your body when you're in your 6th match. That's a great ball by Shea. Yep. Nice job pushing that ball deep and then creating an angle with her backhand. Kind of does a little Georgia Johnson backhand overhead.
Again, as we mentioned in game one, like game one was Shea's learning experience. That was what kind of showed her what she needed to do. And here in game two, she's out in front 5-0 over the #1 seeded woman in the field today. Who obviously has proven herself time and time again, hits the podium more than not. And so it also just proves when you come from such a high level athletic background, whatever it is, just the awareness of what you need to do, the ability to learn so quickly and make those adjustments is just being proven right here.
Right, the mental toughness of when you're down, it's okay, just got to regroup, make some adjustments. And, you know, of course, as you mentioned before, her having played and still playing professional tennis, this doesn't feel overwhelming. This is kind of like, this is just for fun. This is kind of a side thing just for fun. And so, whereas someone like Johnson, this is it. This is her field. And so there's a little more pressure, plus she's favored. So that can play to Shea's advantage if she's able to just zero in and dial in her shots. She's playing with really without any pressure. This is all new to her.
Right back here in from this timeout. Got a little trash collection going on court. Shea with the serve. Coming out of this timeout up 5-0, looking to force a third game in this bronze medal match.
Just mishits that backhand.
It's funny because we talk, she's obviously having a good time. She's still relaxed no matter what. Obviously she wants to play well, but I think perhaps on the downside of that is sometimes she is a little too relaxed because she kind of maybe lollygags it a little on some of the shots that she needs to be a little more purposeful with.
Yeah.
So there is kind of that double-edged sword to the being too relaxed a little bit.
Right. There is finding that balance, right, of this is fun, this is new. There's that backhand that she likes to hit. Oh, that just missed wide. Johnson calls that ball out. I thought it just missed as well. Ooh, that serve was very close. Yeah, this is a great serve. Yeah, big serve, swung out. And again, for the viewers out there, if you're kind of getting into singles, there's that. Yeah, Johnson reads it well, but not quite able to get there. But you could tell she was anticipating that ball. She's seen it a few times already, so Shea needs to make sure that she's changing that that ball around a little bit. So what I was going to say with viewers, if you're getting into singles, the serve and the return are so big, and you need to be much more, oh, it just misses, much more aggressive with those. You really can't serve the same way in singles that you normally would do in doubles. You got to be more aggressive. You got to take more chances. Yeah, you might miss a few, but you have to be aggressive to put pressure. That's a great volley by Johnson there. Kind of flicks that wrist, as we've seen her do many times. Johnson has gone to a little bit of that cut serve instead of her top spin, but it's working.
Yeah, really great little drop shot there from her.
Yeah, that was really nice. Great angle. Just misses that.
What's the answer for Johnson with that? When she keeps, you know, clearly too many balls are going long. How does she fix that?
So what we saw earlier with Davidse was she was putting too many balls in the net, like that one, right? And she was hitting the ball way too flat with very little margin. And then she made an adjustment. She started putting a little more air under that ball, a little more clearance on the net. And was having some success, but Davidse was able to handle that. And so sometimes you got to cut down on you got to give yourself a little more margin, right? So instead of aiming for those sidelines, you got to aim a foot inside and not feel like you have to be perfect. Sometimes applying pressure is enough to then get the ball that you're looking for to really put the ball away. But on her approach shots, it's kind of a home run or pop-up in a sense, right? Like it's either perfect right on the line, and or she makes a mistake where she needs to look to apply pressure without going over and just taking an unnecessary risk, because she's in control at that point by coming forward. And so just giving herself a chance by putting the ball a foot inside the line and then looking to put it away on the volley. Especially if you're playing with someone that maybe passing isn't exactly their forte, like right there. So Shea's still learning how to pass and trying to figure that out. She has great ground strokes, but so when someone is not passing as well, don't take as many chances when you come in. Great example right there. Shea did a great job there getting back into that point, but Johnson had 2 overheads right there, chances to put it away, and it was set up by her approach that was, you know, inside the line, got what she wanted, was just not able to close it out.
Oh, that was going out.
That was going out. But see, I like, see, Georgia Johnson started coming into the middle a little bit more, not taking those chances on the outside.
And the thing is, sometimes with Johnson, like you said, I think sometimes her margins are much too slim.
Right.
But on the flip side, I think, oh, so good. Wow, nice get from Shea. But I think sometimes when she's down, she backs off her game.
Yeah.
She backs off too much, and she's so good when she's aggressive, when she gets up to that net. She really tries to like put something on those balls, and I think you see her get a little too timid when she starts, it's not going her way. And so I want to see her stay aggressive, but also with those bigger margins.
Exactly, right. The difference is, as you were mentioning, when she gets tentative, she stays back. So she still needs to push forward, just giving herself a little more margin on those approach shots.
Yeah.
That's going to sail.
And I think that's crucial for Johnson. Just build her confidence back up here a little bit. Remind her of what works for her.
Yeah.
What's her game that she wants to play.
Yes, that's a great ball. Took that ball early. So then, you know, kind of to what we were saying earlier about taking the ball in the air. She couldn't take that ball in the air because she's serving, but she took it on a short hop, which is the next best thing, and being able to cut down the time that your opponent has to get into a good position. So she was able to take that ball on the short hop before Shea could cover that line and just push it up the line without taking a huge risk, but moving into the ball really, really well.
And we had a timeout called from Shea as she is feeling Johnson nipping at her heels here in game number 2 of this bronze medal match. Johnson took game 1 11-5, so if she is able to come back, she could head for a rematch on Sunday with Salome Davidse. Shea, of course, looking to force a 3rd game. And we will have one final match remaining after this, which is our men's pro singles bronze medal match. That is Gabriel Joseph taking on J.W. Johnson. Zane Navratil already with his spot in the gold medal match secure.
Oh, so there's that shot. So we've seen it on the forehand side. She tried it on the backhand, which I love because I think she needs to try to develop that shot on her backhand side. It's obvious she's not quite as comfortable. She doesn't have it dialed in yet. That's why we see a little bit of the hand switch or paddle switch to the left hand.
Yeah, see, that's Georgia Johnson. It looked like she got the short return, and then she took a half second to realize, like, okay, I got to go and attack that.
Right.
Which she does, and she gets the results that she wants, and it's tied up at 8s.
There it is again. Same shot, and you can see that she's just a little bit uncomfortable on that, and maybe that's, as we said, maybe that's why she's kind of going to that left hand. And
big serve there from Johnson. And again, she just got back to what she does best.
Right.
She had kind of gotten a little scared off of it, but now locks back in, and she's got a match point. Yep, took that one out of the air instead of letting it drop, and really great job from Georgia Johnson. She is heading to the gold medal match on Championship Sunday, where she will face Salome Davidse. A big congratulations, though, to Yushen Shea. She is our bronze medalist here at the APP Legacy Open, so a big congrats to her. Excited to hopefully see her popping up more and more on the pickleball scene as she continues her professional tennis career as well. We will take a short break on court with Georgia Johnson when we return, and then her brother JW Johnson takes on Gabriel Joseph to try and get into that that gold medal match as well. We'll have that when we return right after this.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
So ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
New People Pickleball.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin here with Georgia Johnson, who is heading to the gold medal match on Sunday. Congratulations. You had to face Shea one previous time when we were at our Boca tournament. You came out on top there. When you're facing these professional tennis players coming into pickleball, what's your strategy since you know they have that really high-level tennis background?
Well, I don't want to get into too many ground strokes battles with them because I never had that tennis background that they did. But yeah, she's a great player, and I just tried to keep playing my game, and I think the serve helps me.
It's a good serve. You're headed, of course, to face Salome Davidse once again on Sunday. If you're able to come out on top and get that gold medal, is there anything you specifically like to do to celebrate when you get those gold medals?
I like food.
You Johnsons love your food.
We do. I'm probably going to get sushi. I mean, we're in a good place for it.
I love it. So good luck. We'll hope you're able to celebrate after. But you have, of course, a fierce match coming up on Sunday. You're done for the day. Congratulations. Do you have anything to say to your brother to give him a little tip in his match?
Go get him, buddy. I'll be cheering for you.
All right, so we have that final match of the day, our men's bronze medal match coming up next. Gabriel Joseph takes on J.W. Johnson right after this.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this. Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
This paddle is the answer.
A Ben Johns custom paddle by Franklin? For me?
Yeah, let's crush it.
Good game.
Good game.
Thank you, Ben Johns.
Way to go, Lala.
final match of the day here at the APP Legacy Open, a USA Pickleball National Championship Series tournament. We have number 2 seed J.W. Johnson hoping to follow his sister's footsteps and secure himself a place on Championship Sunday in the gold medal match, where Zane Navratil has already earned his spot. He takes on the number 5 seed Gabriel Joseph, who won a couple rounds and then got knocked down into the back draw and had to fight his way back into this bronze medal match. But always good to see him in the medal rounds at the end of the day. Sometimes has mixed results at tournaments, so always puts on a good show. Fun player to watch, so excited for this matchup here. Obviously very emotional. Gabe Joseph is taking on less emotional J.W. Johnson.
Slightly.
Just a smidge. Barely noticeable, but some say. Lauren McLaughlin here with Daniel Roditi on the mics all day. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on YouTube and Facebook. We will be streaming 2 courts starting tomorrow. It is our men's and women's pro doubles brackets. Mixed doubles is Saturday. And then, of course, Championship Sunday will conclude our tournament. All of our gold medal matches in the pro divisions will be played on Sunday. Every day we start streaming at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So everyone should be up and at 'em well before we get started. Diane Vieta is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match.
Yeah, we're going to see probably, I'm expecting Joseph to try to get to that Johnson backhand and trying to stay away from that forehand. As we know, such a huge weapon for Johnson. And it certainly does not mean his backhand is weak by any means. It's just the lesser of the 2 weapons, and loves to run around and hit that forehand.
And we just saw Joseph, he decided to let that bounce and backed up off the line back to the baseline. We've talked about before, he's a little more comfortable going back. Ooh, nice little overhead there. Got some good air. So we'll see if Johnson kind of scares him off that kitchen line a little bit, or if he's able to try and control a little bit more. But ooh, beautiful drive there.
Yeah, Joseph is definitely not going to want to get into a cat and mouse with Johnson. He's going to want to try to pass. Obviously, he goes for that there. And you see, he's not looking to drop the ball. He knows that's not going to be to his advantage to get into a cat and mouse game with Johnson. Though Joseph is super fast and will get to all those dinks, he's just not. That's just not his game. Versus being able to pass. Well, there we go. He did go to the backhand and he got burned. But hey, you got to pick your poison when you're playing someone like Johnson. And the same with Joseph. Both sides, he can pass with his forehand, pass with his backhand.
Yeah. Both these players, of course, very well-rounded players. They have a lot of weapons. But again, J.W. Johnson has been exclusively on the pro pickleball scene for the last, year, playing pretty much every tournament there is.
Right.
So that's definitely going to give him the advantage here in this matchup. And you can see already where Joseph was able to defeat Dylan Frazier in the final feeder match into this. He played very confidently, was out in front, because he never really got into that emotional, hard on himself state. That's happening very early here now for him, as Johnson's out in front 5-1. The timeout from Joseph, he's obviously, you can already see it in the body language, the way he's kind of holding himself. And trust me, he's not the only one that has felt the pain from J.W. Johnson.
Yeah, yep.
But how he handles it will be a big clue how the rest of this match is going to play out.
Yeah, and I think for Joseph is he knows he can play, as we talked about earlier, he can play with anybody. He can beat anybody. And so the frustration comes from not being able to execute what his best, what he knows his best is. But it goes back to what you said. He just doesn't have the tournament experience in terms of the consistency that Johnson or other players who are playing regularly in tournaments have. And it's just hard to all of a sudden dial it in, you know, when you haven't really been competing consistently. I mean, right there, he makes a great volley, has Johnson on the run, and Johnson just flicks a forehand cross court that even Joseph, as fast as he is, couldn't quite get to it. See him let that ball bounce, but he did a good job pushing Johnson deep.
Yeah, I think Joseph, if he can just, you know, keep the ball in play, make Johnson just hit one more shot, hope for, you know, the error from him. We've seen some already from him, so he's just got to be able to take advantage of any sort of weakness that he senses.
Right.
6-2.
Beautiful. I mean, again, Joseph's going after the back end, which that's where he needs to go, but the ball is just a little short. And so Johnson's going to be able to rip that ball. He's got to get that ball deeper. Yeah, we see the frustration.
8-2.
And he starts to press because he's left a couple of them short, gotten past, so now he's trying to press and try to make that ball more difficult, but then that's what we talked about earlier, kind of the good players force you into that position of pressing and making unforced errors, which we call unforced errors, but in a sense they're forced because of the shot-making ability of Johnson.
And even Joseph hits a fabulous overhead and he hangs his head.
Yeah, he's still upset. Yeah,
and
that's right. It's not good enough.
walks over to his towel.
It's not good enough.
I mean.
Yeah, I think it's a sense of why can't you just do that every point?
I know.
But it's not easy to do that.
Yeah, he's obviously down 2-10. A lot of work to do. Oh.
And there's a little bit added thing with Joseph. I think being on center court, he loves being on center court, loves being, you know, in front of the camera, wants to put on a show. And if he feels like he's not doing that or he's not playing to his ability, there's a disappointment from that side as well. Whereas Bobby Johnson couldn't care less what court he's playing on.
Very true.
But that's part of what makes Joseph fun to watch. He likes to make it fun for the fans and put on a show. And if he feels he's not doing that, yeah.
Here for Johnson, but again, Joseph holds him off. But as we know all too well in pickleball, you can hold them, but if you can't capitalize, put some points on the board on the other side of it, it's really all for naught. Ooh.
Full 360 turnaround there. Nice job.
Really nice job from Joseph. I mean, there it is. That rally right there was putting on a show for the fans at home, that's for sure.
Yeah. I remember when I got a ball like that. Never. There we go. There we go. Yeah, there he wants a little love from the fans right there.
He's got some love in the crowd, that's for sure. Got some supporters. Yeah, see, I want to see him take that out of the air. Johnson left that up floating for so long, and Joseph just stayed back and let it drop. And if he'd been more aggressive and kind of just gone and taken it out of the air, it just makes it that much harder for Johnson.
Yeah. Johnson stayed on the right side. Joseph, assuming Johnson's going to run to the backhand, goes back to that same side. Johnson's just sitting on it.
Yeah.
Crushes it down the line.
So Johnson takes game 1 here in this bronze medal match, 11-4. Game number 2 coming up in our final match of the day. Can Gabriel Joseph take it to 3? We'll find out after this.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
A little fatherly support there from Jack Johnson as he looks on as son J.W. Johnson trying to get his place back in his gold medal match on Sunday. He was joined by David Jones, who was the lovely gentleman who bought us lunch today. So a big shout out to them.
Joseph telling himself never miss short, meaning make him play, make him hit a ball at least, get that ball above the net, make him hit another shot. You know, that's one of the things when you're playing someone like Johnson or you know, these top players, certainly other people will feel that with Joseph, you feel like you have to be perfect. And you obviously don't, but you feel like you have to be perfect. And so you mentioned earlier there was a ball that Johnson kind of left a little high. Joseph didn't jump on it, partly because Joseph is not expecting a high ball, right? Like you just assume they're going to be perfect. You feel like you have to be perfect. And, you know, everyone makes errors. And so it is giving your opponent an opportunity to make an error. Like you said, just make him hit another ball versus feeling like you have to win the point on a winner. There you go.
And we
that
saw,
helps.
of course, Georgia Johnson previously in the bronze medal match. We talked about you give yourself a little bit more margin.
Right.
And I think Joseph has to do the same thing. He's got to get it in play first and foremost. So just don't try and hit everything so precise.
Right. Ball's long. Yeah, and I don't have a chance right now to coach him, obviously, because I'm in the booth. But what I would tell him is just you have nothing to lose. There's no, the pressure's not on you, right? Johnson is a favored. Regardless whether you feel like you're better than him, the pressure's not on you, so use that to your advantage by playing loose.
Oh, I thought that was out.
Yeah, the ball missed, but as we mentioned before, Joseph is...
And you're on the other side of the ball, too, so...
Joseph looked up on our booth and asked if it was out. I said, yes, it was. But, of course, he didn't call it, so it doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, and of course, you know, he then said, I knew it, just call it.
Yeah.
So, again, that's...
Yeah. Yeah, there's been times that I've played against Joseph, and I've had to overrule him on a ball where he was giving it to me. I was like, no, dude, that was out. Like, don't call it in.
1-2.
But
nice spot.
If you believe in karma, much rather have that than making too tight of a call or making bad calls. But he is very generous with his calls to a fault. Yeah, that was there. That's his shot. He loves that cross-court forehand.
He's left several balls obviously too low and into the net.
Right.
What is he doing as he comes to hit that that's leaving that too short?
Again, you feel the pressure that you feel is that your shot has to be perfect, or Johnson's going to jump on it and put it away. And so then we talked about the margin, right? So you give yourself zero margin, whether it's either where it's going to be a winner or you're going to be in the net.
Oh, yeah, he was. It looks like he thought about, he's kind of in between. Just.
Oh, I don't think it was foot fault, but he missed the ball anyway, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, I think that was very close, but looked like he missed it.
Yeah, it wasn't a foot fault, but he missed the volley even before she called it, so it didn't affect his shot.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, just get it over the net, and then, you know, Johnson makes the error on his side. And
which we saw against Frazier, right? He had a few volleys where he missed them. Not that you want to count on him missing easy shots, but at the same, like that right there, right? He doesn't play it as skimming the net. He made a good shot, but it was a little higher, but Johnson missed it because it was well struck still. Yeah, that one he was on it a little bit sooner, so he wasn't as stretched out as the one before.
Joseph in front by 1 though here in game 2.
Joseph checking with Johnson, making sure he saw it wide. I'm not sure I've seen Johnson question a call.
It's got to be a pretty crucial stage.
Yeah.
But again, just such quick hands. You know, Joseph tries to go right at him.
Yeah, would have liked to see him roll that ball a little bit, but it's easier for me to say sitting up here in the booth. And he kind of goes for that shot this time. Just cuts it a little too much. Wow, that was such a great volley by Joseph, because Johnson's pass was such a difficult ball to handle, but Joseph did an incredible job dropping that ball short.
Yeah, and we are tied at 4s here in the second game, and you can easily see on camera the sun is now creeping onto the court. It's hit a point in the sky where
Yep.
The covering is no longer covering it, so there's shadows on the court now a little. You got sun kind of coming in from the side. As a player, like, that's got to affect it a little bit, changing
There's a little
the situation.
bit. Sometimes it's hard to read the ball coming in and out of shadows. The good thing about this, as opposed to like shadows from like trees, for example,
sure,
there's patches. Here you got more lines, so it's a little bit easier on the players when there's more like kind of clear lines of shadows versus sort of patches, you know, like from trees or something like that. That makes it really tough to see. That's a great shot there. That's an example there of him trusting his swing. He didn't pull off of it too early. He stayed with his shot, trusting that if he struck it well, that was going to be a winner or lead to an easy kind of return. Leaves that serve pretty short.
Exist. Why are you doing that? It does not exist.
Says that shot does not exist. The ball was pretty low. He was trying to hit a shot that he could make. It's just not a
long as well.
Not a high percentage.
Very small 1-point lead here for Gabe Joseph as he is fighting to take this match to a game 3.
Yeah, I mentioned before, I told him to really go for his serve, and he was saying that he knows that, but he was playing, and I think it was maybe against Johnson in that's a great shot. Maybe in a previous tournament, and maybe it wasn't John. I can't remember who he's playing, but he's like, yeah, I know, but then I faulted so many times that I just felt like I needed to not go for so much. Yeah, there it is. There's that Ernie we saw earlier. Well done.
Yeah, and again, in singles, it's so important that that's a put away.
Right.
You can't Ernie in singles unless that is the final shot of the rally.
Exactly.
Which he's done a good job doing.
6-5.
Oh yeah, that's just an incredible volley there. But Joseph left that ball a little high. He's kind of gone back to that forehand side of Johnson's. Maybe he needs to mix it up and go to the backhand side just to change it.
Good little hands battle there. Johnson ultimately puts that in a very awkward spot for Joseph to try and get anything on it.
And certainly Joseph has very quick hands, but that's a good point. Ooh, just misses it. But to what we talked about earlier, he's not playing as much doubles, right? So even though he's got quick hands in comparison to Johnson, who's playing doubles all the time and gets in those hands battles, that's going to be to his advantage every time against Joseph.
All right, we have a timeout here from Joseph as he's obviously not happy. You'll always know when he's not happy.
Yeah.
Always. So he is now trailing by 2. First time here Johnson has overtaken him in this second game. He's done a good job staying out in front, barely, but has managed to do it. But now, again, when it's coming down to the wire, Johnson's pulling ahead, and this spells trouble for Joseph if he can't get back in here.
Right.
What was he doing earlier in this second game that was working for him that he's kind of gone away from now, do you think?
Well, I think, we talked a little bit about he was making Johnson play a little bit more, and he was increasing the margin of error a little bit more, right? Not leaving balls in the net like we talked about earlier. But again, it's just, you're playing against one of the top players in the world. So you're a little bit relying on them making a little bit of a mistake whereas Johnson's kind of dialed it in again. He's made a couple of incredible volleys to the corners. That's a beautiful, beautiful shot by Joseph. He still hangs his head and shakes it.
He's
just
so
because,
upset
you know,
about
it's
an amazing shot.
It's an amazing shot and just shakes his head, like thinking maybe do that more. Why can't you do that more?
Oh, did he get it? He got that back corner.
Yeah, Johnson almost called it out, but decided against it, looked to the ref. Again, both guys just, they trying to be very fair.
That one just a little too much.
Right, he goes for that down the line forehand. We talked earlier that he was going kind of back to the forehand a little too much, and Johnson was starting to read it. I think Joseph knows that, tried to go up the line to the backhand, but just overhit it. And it was open. I think Johnson was again leaning right. Had he taken a little bit off of it, that shot would have been in. Yeah, again, Johnson jumped on that, right? He anticipated Joseph going up the line with that backhand. Johnson's moved before Joseph even hit the ball.
And Joseph, we've seen, he's so quick. He can get everywhere, but it's still hard to hit a good shot when you're fully extended, you're sliding, you're on the run.
Right.
So he can get there, it's just, it's tough to do anything with it.
Right. Joseph telling himself to stick the volley, meaning don't do more with it and just keep it low. He kind of floated that volley, led to Johnson being able to be aggressive with the next ball. Oh, gets a little love from the net there. Much needed at this point.
Luckily stays in.
Yeah.
Had a lot of pace on that. Let's see, Johnson's there, ready to put a paddle on it, and just ticks up and over.
There he goes. So that's what we were just talking about, that, right? He's gone back to the forehand over and over, and now we see in the replay, he holds it, goes up the line. Took a little bit off of it. The previous one sailed long. He made the adjustment. That's a great volley. So those last was in. Joseph looks, asks us if the ball was in. We said yes, it was. So he's happy he didn't call that out. But those last two backhands, he went for too much. He needed to kind of take some pace off of it and roll it. Well played. He read it. So he's kind of right there. He did to Johnson what Johnson's been doing to him. Anticipated the forehand, jumped on it. Great angle.
Tied at 9s here. Joseph has to win the second game to force a third. Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah. I was waiting to see if he was going to take a little bit of pace off of it and use more of an angle. He didn't quite get it down. Johnson read it well. Great job keeping Johnson back. A little extra there for that overhead.
Just a little oomph.
Yeah. Still counts for only 1 point, though. Unfortunately, the extra yell does not get you the...
It counts for no points.
Oh, yeah, side out, side out. Yeah, yeah.
Big side out, though. Much needed. He's got to do something with it here now, though. Gets the error from Johnson.
It's a freebie right there.
And a game point here.
Okay, I want to see a big serve by Joseph here. He's going to rely on his passing shot. Wow, and just like that, he's right back into this.
Absolutely. He was out in front early. Johnson came back, was looking a little hairy, but gets the job done. He's got to feel good going into this third game here in our bronze medal match, final match of the day. We'll take a short break here on Championship Court, the conclusion of this bronze medal match when we return.
People Pickleball.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
The man, the myth, the legend, Ken Herman himself, deep in conversation with son, Kenny Herman, who's helping out with the APP Tour, doing an awesome job. Fun fact, Ken Herman is Ken Herman III. His son, nice. Kenny Herman IV.
Oh, wow.
I know. I asked Kenny one time if he was a junior, and he said, no, the fourth.
He's a junior squared.
But back into the action here. Final game here of our men's bronze medal match. J.W. Johnson on the near end, Gabriel Joseph on the far end. They'll switch ends at 6, but just getting into this third game, Joseph manages to pull it out in the second game, staying out in front of Johnson just barely, 11-9 after losing 11-4 in game 1. So this will be the determining game of who is our bronze medalist and who goes to Championship Sunday to take on Zane Navertil.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about Joseph's sort of emotional personality, right? When you're on the other side of that, it can work against you because you see him get down and you think you start feeling like you have a big edge, but he can turn it around so fast. Like he doesn't tank, he doesn't, you know, he never throws in the towel. So it can sometimes work to his advantage. There's that Ernie again.
Sticks the landing.
Yeah, sticks the landing.
Tens all around.
Looks at the camera to make sure that it was captured. It was. Don't worry. Yeah, looks to the crowd. He hates being on camera.
So shy.
Yeah. Let's put him on court 30 next time.
And I mean, if Joseph pulls this out, this would be definitely an upset here in this match against J.W. Johnson.
Frustration there by Johnson on the bad luck. That ball clipping the net.
Oh, he just overdoes it. He gets there and he just needs to just get it in. Doesn't need to do so much with it.
Right, right. Yeah, most people wouldn't even have gotten there, but.
I know, I mean, shocking he even got it in the first place.
Yeah, I had a chance to chat with him there between games 2 and 3. And we talked a little bit about, you know, what we mentioned earlier is him trying to attack a little bit more on the backhand side of Johnson when he's trying to pass, because Johnson was, and there he goes for it. He just misses it. He just misses it. He looks over here to make sure, and yes, it was just out. But Johnson was just anticipating the forehand side so well.
The thing is, you know, Johnson has no quit in him either.
Right, no, absolutely.
So there will be no version of this that Johnson doesn't give it, you know, everything he has right till the very end, no matter the outcome. So
that was close. That was
Yeah,
a close ball.
I thought that
Could
caught
have
the
easily,
line.
yeah, could have easily been called out, you know, because it was so close. But again, a good no call by Johnson. Yeah, so one of the things that I talked to Joseph about was when he gets pushed real deep on his backhand side, he was trying to still pass Johnson, which is just not likely to happen. And so I told him to try rolling the ball and keeping it low to Johnson's backhand. And he goes to the backhand, he goes back to the backhand, but he misses it just long. So he's trying to go there.
Mm-hmm.
Leaves that in the net.
Sometimes, you know, Johnson can kind of lull you into that false sense of you being in control. Not that you're not maybe in that moment, but sometimes he just, it's like he flips a switch and he just hits the turbo booster in his car, and that's that.
I mean, so that point right there, Joseph was in control for 90% of that point. Johnson just managed to stay in it, made some great shots to get back on the offensive.
Oh, and I think one thing you'll never see J.W. Johnson do is kind of get out of control in terms of his body.
Right.
Like, he's never going to be flailing at something. He's never going to be just kind of desperately doing anything. He's always very in control of his movements.
Right. And to what you were saying earlier, the tournament match toughness, right? Like, how many matches like this, 3-game matches, has Johnson been in the last 6 months? A ton. Right? How many has Joseph had? I don't know, a handful. Right? Because he just hasn't played as many tournaments. So that plays a big part in being able to handle these moments. He just misses. And that was part of what we talked about in that between the second and third. I told him start going to the backhand because then he won't cheat to the forehand. It'll open up the forehand, which we saw there was open, but he just misses it wide. And that's the second return he's put in the net.
Yeah, you know, Joseph has not played a tournament since he was here in Mesa at the end of January when we were here previously, while J.W. Johnson has probably played 6, 7 tournaments in between.
Right.
And had very good results at all of them.
There he goes. He goes to that backhand side. Johnson doesn't make a lot of errors, but we've definitely seen more from the backhand side than the forehand.
Ooh, nice pickup from Joseph.
Yeah, that was. There he goes. He goes back to that backhand side. He's having some success.
Have a timeout here, I think, from Johnson. Is he leave? He's leaving the court? Is it a timeout?
He's just he's just coming to the corner there.
I was like
outside of our view, but.
So yeah, definitely. Oh, it's because Joseph got to 6. Excuse me.
Oh yeah,
so it's
Sorry.
the end change here in Game 3. Built-in timeout. So Johnson indeed taking this little break here. And that beautifully placed ball there on that tee from our referee,
nice.
Diane Vieta. Oh, it's us. Thanks so much for watching today, guys. It's been super fun. Daniel Roditi, of course, here in the booth with me. You're taking over Championship Court 2 duties starting tomorrow, so he's going nowhere, don't worry. He's back. We're streaming 2 courts starting tomorrow on both Facebook and YouTube, and then we'll be going to ESPN Plus as well later on in the day, so please plan to join us. We're back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific time. Don't miss it. But right now, we do not want to miss the conclusion of this final match of the day, bronze medal match. Gabriel Joseph, after the end change on the near end, continues serving. J.W. Johnson on the far end. I have to imagine we're going to see Johnson get very aggressive here.
Yeah.
To finish out this match, because he obviously wants to win, and he's going to do everything possible to do that, as it is Joseph. But
oh, he gets some love there from the net. Joseph frustrated because he was on it. He read it. He was on top of that ball. But they go both ways. He's gotten a couple that have gone his way, but it's still frustrating when you get that shot, especially in a game that is this tight. He loves that shot. He just overcooked it a little bit. And so quickly, you see Johnson just going from being 6-5 down. Now he's got a 2-point lead.
Yeah, it's kind of the wheels haven't quite come off for Joseph, but they're looking a little wobbly right now. Ooh,
well, there you go.
Go
see now,
wide, so
the net giveth and the net taketh away.
6-8.
There you go. He's got a forced error coming back his way.
7-8.
Yeah, there's that roll that we talked about. He's got that, no problem. Ran into the fence.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a lot of bounce. Not a lot of bounce off that.
Here. He runs into the fence and kind of slips.
Oh, he slid on the thing.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Yeah, not sure. It seemed like he was cheating to the backhand side anyway. I don't know that he would have gotten to that ball, but it's still tough.
Yeah, that would have been a tough get, but.
Nice. Well done there. It scores 7-8, right?
I think so.
Okay.
7-8.
Yes. Joseph back within 1.
Roll it, yep.
A little short. Now we have a timeout here from Joseph. Again, he's kind of feeling it slip away a little bit. He's, you know, he really played so well in game 2. He's playing really well here in game 3. He's staying really close to Johnson. Chuck Taylor looking on there behind him.
He looks surprised, or?
He does. He's in awe of seeing Gabriel Joseph up close and in person. I think he's fanboying out right now. Oh, Chuck Taylor.
His mind is clearly somewhere else right now.
Oh, Chuck. Yeah, so of course Johnson within 2, obviously is going to want to close this out quick here.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you're Joseph, you know, you get the side out, and maybe you get a missed return like you did earlier, and he's right there within 1.
Yeah, this will be a huge, foot fault.
Oh, foot fault, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, left foot.
That's tough.
He looks at us. Yes, you were in there.
I mean, that was a definite, absolute.
Sorry, buddy.
Blatant foot fault.
After you hit it,
that's so tough.
Left foot moved up.
You needed a side out. You got a foot fault instead, and J.W. Johnson's got a match point on his paddle.
Yeah, well done by Joseph, and again, he's right there. He's obviously he's down. He just said it's not over yet, and he's right now. He's got the serve. Johnson was so on top of that ball that he just overhit it.
8-10.
Oh, almost.
Yeah, just a little too slippery over there for him.
Yeah.
10-8.
played it, right?
Yeah, and you know, I got to say, Joseph asked if it was in. He's like, never mind, I'm taking it. But again, a lot of people would call that out because it's match point. And it's just great reset by Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, Johnson's calmly at the kitchen line, just moving him around like a puppet there. And Joseph, he gets to so many of those, but again, you're just buying a little bit of time each time. Another match point here for Johnson.
Oh, Joseph misses it.
And really great match.
Yeah, that was.
Joseph played so well.
Absolutely.
He should be very thrilled with a bronze medal here. He played great, working his way through the back draw, so big congrats to him. Happy to see him on the podium here at the Legacy Open, but J.W. Johnson in 3. Tight one. He gets his shot at Zane Navratil once again in the gold medal match on Championship Sunday. We will head on court for one final interview with Mr. Johnson, and then myself and Daniel Roditi will be back tomorrow morning for our 2 courts streaming starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. A big thank you to the Boxcar production crew, Kyle Salenko, Randy Coleman, Ariel Butler. Killing it, of course, on production. They'll be back rocking the show tomorrow once again. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We head to on court one last time, and then we'll see you tomorrow morning.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
This paddle is the answer.
A Ben Johns custom paddle by Franklin? For me?
Yeah, let's crush it.
Good game.
Good game.
Thank you, Ben Johns.
Way to go, Lala.
Welcome back one last time here to Championship Court. Lauren McLaughlin along with J.W. Johnson just defeated Gabriel Joseph in the bronze medal match to head for a rematch with Zane Navratil on Championship Sunday. Obviously, you tend to make it pretty far in the brackets each day. Obviously, it's a long day today. What do you do to recover now before you hit the court again tomorrow?
Basically go eat, stretch, go to sleep, and that's about it. Just you look at films, but that's about it.
Do you watch a lot of film back and like to sort of go over what you maybe did right and wrong?
When I win, yes. Yeah, when I lose, not too much.
Don't like to learn from the mistakes, just continue to go on. I like it, I like it. So of course you're facing Zane. You guys play each other a lot. He took you down in the winter bracket final. Do you have already any idea of what you want to do differently when you face him again on Sunday?
Well, like I said, I'll look back at films, but other than that, I'll just go out there and play and see what happens.
Well, congratulations. You're into Championship Sunday. Looking, I'm sure, to get another couple spots there in the brackets that are coming up. But thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone that's still here watching. Love it. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific time, as we kick off our stream once again for men's and women's doubles day. You got to do something? You got to go do something real quick? Go do it. Go do it. All right, we'll see you tomorrow, everybody.